Well, good afternoon, everybody. I am Ryan here, working solo today. Michigan Storm Chasers breaking in for live coverage of our first severe warning of the day. This is going to be for portions of Alcona as well as Alpena counties, similar to yesterday, the exact same general areas. Again, Alcona and Alpena counties were under warnings yesterday. And once again today, much of the same thanks to the lake breeze up there. This warning is in effect for quarter-sized hail, 1 inch in diameter, and that is the only hazard with this particular storm. Give me a thumbs up in the chat here if my audio is good. Would appreciate that. We got Drew out there in the bottom left of your screen. He is chasing up in Alcona County, just south of Osnik. I'm gonna break out the pronunciation guide while I'm ahead of myself here, so I don't have to wonder how to pronounce things later on. Osnik, I think is what it is. Let's see here. There it is.
Osanique.
Osanique. Okay, there we go. So Drew is just south of Osanique, just west of Alcona. He is this green dot right out ahead of the storm. You can look at his camera down there. He is driving due north. Off to the left side of his screen is that storm. Loud and clear. Thank you, Caleb. Appreciate that. Everybody who's dropped the thumbs in chat, appreciate you guys. So we are good to rock and roll here. Just one warning in the state. We'll go ahead and take a peek around the state here in just a second. Just bear with me here as I work solo today. So this warning polygon is in effect for the M65 corridor, and guess where we are at? We are just south of the town of Spratt, just south of Hillman. This area got impacted yesterday. If you recall, if you're watching our stream yesterday, the M65, M72 corridor near Curran was impacted very heavily. And this area also was suffering from flash flooding overnight as well. So we had a lot going on yesterday. And today as well, we are looking at numerous storms that are going to be training over the exact same areas. The good news, as of right now, though, is these storms are moving off to the southeast a little bit quicker than yesterday. They're still moving pretty slow, but they are moving they're moving quicker than what they were yesterday in nature. This text of the warning says southeast at 15. I believe they're going a bit faster than that, but we're going to call it roughly between 15 and 25 miles per hour. So with that said, the quarter-size hail is going to be, we're going to zoom in here. It's going to be, zoom in, right just west of M65, just south of the town of Spratt, southwest of Heron and McHarg areas. This is going to be your core of that storm. And looking on the advanced radar that we have, GR2, the hail marker indication is just at exactly 1 inch in diameter. This is a very potent storm, nice core on this, up to about 25,000 feet. So I would not suggest anything larger than quarters are falling here, but that could also change as the afternoon goes on. 3 or 4 different storms are popped up here. We have 2 main cores. We have one over here in Alcona, one back here in Alpena. We also got a cell behind that near Hillman, also on the county line of Alpena, Alcona, Montmorency, and Oscoda counties. Nice little cell popping up there, and also one just north of Mio. Zooming out and taking a peek across the entire state, let's go ahead and travel to the south here. On radar, we have a couple showers down in Iosco County, as well as Aranac County. Also down here in the Mount Pleasant region, Isabella County, Montcalm County, Gratiot County. Got some storms popping up there. Also a nice little cell down here near Hudsonville and Kentwood. Just a shower. No lightning with that as the current time. And over on the east side of the state, we are dry, primarily dry for this particular zone of Michigan. Going to the UP, Marquette radar, we have a couple showers over in the western part of the UP, but no storms are impacting the UP at this current time. So with that said, this is going to be, again, the focus for right now is going to be right here in Alcona and Alpena counties. Warning is in effect Go ahead and click on this once again. For 31 minutes, quarter size hail is your hazard. What's up, Trish? Who's in chat here? We got Kevin, Diane, Sherry, Teresa, Evan, Nancy, Julie. What's going on, guys? Glad to see you in here on this Friday afternoon. Current time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern. Couple storms, aside from this, could be severe today. The main hazard is damaging wind as well as large hail up to, we're going to say, golf ball size in diameter. It's a similar environment to yesterday where we could see some larger hail mixing in here. But for the most part, majority of these storms and cores will produce quarter size hail. Raleigh here in chat says wind is picked up. Lots of lightning in Harrisville. So yeah, so Harrisville is just outside of any warning polygon. You guys have a couple showers nearby. There's a storm just about 5 miles off to your west in the Guston area. Mikado as well. I hope I pronounced that correctly. But that is going to be, I think it's Mikado. Mikado. But yeah, that's going to be moving up your direction as well. These storms are moving pretty, I'm not going to say rapidly, but they're moving actually more so than yesterday. So Alcona, Harrisville, Guston, Mikado, and then Ossidic, I think is how you pronounce it, if I remember correctly. You guys are on deck for these storms. We'll be live as long as there is a threat for severe weather. With these storms, though, I will say in comparison to yesterday's storms we had in the same area, these look a little bit more tame at the current moment. That could change, but for right now, they're not screaming intense in nature. It's just more so a typical severe storm with some hail mixed in. Checking out velocity. I haven't done that yet. Let's go ahead and check that out. We're going to look at the wind speed here. Not seeing too much here indicating that winds are close to severe limits, but we could see some gustier winds there. The warning says less than 50 miles per hour, so they're not technically warned for wind, just a hail threat. But some gustier winds inside the cores and just around the edge of the core is definitely a possibility. Drew is out there, bottom left of your screen there. He's going to be in the Alcona County area, just west of Alcona. He's that green dot on your screen. That is good old Drew, about to be impacted by this cell. Let's go ahead and take him full. There we go. As Sarah just said in the chat on Facebook, just one storm in the state currently that is severe, Alcona and Alpena counties. To be exact, northern Alcona and south central Alpena. Got a nice view coming in there. The core of that's going to be off to the left side of his screen there. I'm going to try and get him to refresh his feed. Drew, if you're watching, refresh your feed, please. It's a little jumpy on my end. It's clear, but it's just a little bit jumpy. Yeah, it's not too often we get chasers up in the northern part of Lower Michigan, so we're happy to have Drew up there today. Also, we have Cody up in the area. I'm not sure if he's chasing or camping or what he's doing up there, but I see his dot is in, I believe, Iosco County, just south of these storms. So we'll see if we have a view from him. And yeah, what's on your screen main and also in the bottom left is the same screen. I just have this down there, so I have to press a bunch of buttons if I want to switch back to radar like this. So we'll leave Drew in the bottom left corner. We'll take back the radar. Primarily, we're looking at showers and storms across much of the northeast part of Lower Michigan. Also, we have a couple areas down here toward the Mount Pleasant, Ithaca, and Greenville areas of nice little showers popping up there. I currently do not see any lightning with these particular storms. So we'll watch those, but for right now, it's just a couple showers that are popping up there. I'm going to pop open our camera network, because I see we have the Crystal Lake cam, we have the Six Lakes cam, we also have Stanwood in the area. So we have a couple cameras here that may have decent visuals on those cells further downstate. We also just got a new camera in today. I'm not going to say exactly where that is, but we'll announce that here pretty soon. There we go. Let's check out what we got going on. There we go. Now we're cooking. Perfect. All right, let's go ahead and go back north here to our current warning. It's a pretty small warning for that matter. The core of the storm actually just got trimmed. So surprisingly here, they just switched this warning from a hail threat now to a wind threat. They've lowered the hail from quarter size down to nickel size, and they've upped the wind with this up to 60 miles per hour, and Drew has a nice shot, it appears. Let's go ahead and take him back full. So no longer a hail concern, at least severe hail concern, but we do have a concern now for damaging wind. I'll try to get him to refresh his feed again here. There we go. Let's hope that fixes that little jumpiness we have. Give it a second, we'll come back. There we go. So Drew, again, he's in the Alcona area. He's actually almost to Ossineque, just on the county line of Alcona and Alpena. And you can see there's a nice looking base in front of him. Go ahead and get that bottom left panel off your screen just so we get a wide angle view of this. Again, he is currently just outside that warning polygon. We're going to refresh them on our end to try and get that feed a little bit clearer for you guys. Hopefully that fixes it. Yeah, a little bit. And yes, that appears to be a shelf cloud there. So shelf clouds are clouds on the leading edge of thunderstorms. They can sometimes indicate strong winds, but for the most part, it's just a beautiful cloud structure to take a picture of and admire. He's about to punch into the core of this lead cell, taking back the radar here. We'll throw Drew back up there in the bottom left of your screen. I want to show you guys where he's at in correlation to the storm. So this is Drew's dot. He is just south of Ossineque. And as you can see, this is where he's driving into. It looks like he's going due west into the heart of this storm. The core does have probably some small hail with it, but the severe storm is back here to the west of this storm. So he's going to probably punch through this core, and then he's probably going to meet the other storm on the way out of the first storm. So also, Drew is running Starlink. So once he gets underneath these storms, it may, jump around a little bit just because Starlink is satellite internet. So if the satellite is blocked, obviously you're not going to have a good signal. So for the most part, it's pretty smooth on his end so far. Let's hope that continues. This warning is in effect, continues for 21 more minutes for the southern part of Alpena County and also the northern part of Alcona. I see a comment here in chat how Alpena is sounding sirens. I think we established this yesterday, but I guess Alpena County is a county that sounds their sirens for any type of severe warning. Even though, in Alpena directly, there's no storm coming to you guys, at least not right now, there's not. But if you look on radar, if you're north of M32, there ain't nothing on radar. South of M32, got some showers and storms, and obviously that warning for this cell in southern Alpena. For the most part, though, 70% of the county is clear. So they shouldn't... I'm not going to say that because each county should definitely take control of what they do, but it's kind of confusing for people up here in Long Rapids or Alpena, for example, to be hearing sirens when the impact danger is further south. So... Some counties are like that, though. I know Wayne County is like that. I think Livingston is also like that. Could be wrong on Livingston, but I know Wayne County for sure. Either way, this is a storm that is still warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It was dropped off from the hail, and the latest scan here does indicate that that core is no more. In fact, I would suggest the wind is also... below severe criteria here. This storm is overall weakening. I told Drew behind the scenes shortly before going live that these storms they seem to be lacking something today. Like yesterday, we had storms that just grew and grew and grew, and these storms today are forming, but they're not really getting an oomph to them. If they do, it's not for very long. So hopefully today's threat stays pulse, as we call it, pulse-like in nature, or it's a short-lived type of situation here. So let's keep on monitoring these. That warning remains in effect. 19 minutes, expires at 5:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Also going to go downstate here. Going to keep a close eye at these cells that are firing down in Montcalm, Gratiot, and Isabella counties. We're going to be looking at those closely. They're currently not severe. I still don't see any lightning being depicted here on radar with these cells. Now, radar is not always going to pick those up, but that's a good sign that these cells are still on a low-key trend for right now, at least. I do see one lightning strike in Midland County on this cell right here. Just popped up on my behind-the-scenes radar. So this cell is getting lightning on it. Now, lightning on these cells would indicate some strengthening is possible, if not likely. I was hoping to avoid that, but we'll see. Got a cell over here in Harbor Beach as well. I'm going to take a peek at our Harbor Beach camera real quick. If I can find it. There it is. Thank you, Trail Goat, for becoming a member. Appreciate your support of the channel. Perfect. If you guys got questions, feel free to pop them in chat here. It's a little quieter today, at least so far. Hopefully that trend continues. I don't want to have to talk about lime-size hail again. That was hopefully a one-off circumstance we have to put behind us for the year at least, but we'll see how these storms trend. So far looking okay. I think that storm that is warned currently has weakened quite significantly. I would not be shocked if they dropped that warning or expired it early. This is all looking to stay in the thumb, or are they going to move more south into metros? So there's potential for storms in the metro, but I will say the threat today for pop-ups is much higher north of I-69, which is from Lansing over here to Flint over to Port Huron. If you're north of this line here, your threat for pop-ups is much higher. In fact, they just dropped that warning. So I'm not surprised. I think I just said like 3 minutes ago that I wouldn't be surprised if they do that. So they did go ahead and drop that warning. So we are back in all clear ops. There's not even a statement on these storms anymore. So we're going to hang out though for a few minutes at least, and we're going to keep an eye on things. But if no warning is issued in a few minutes, we'll have to see how it looks on radar and kind of go from there. But right now, we are now out of severe ops. That warning was canceled early, and the storm that went severe is no longer warned. But I will say there are still some stronger cells in the vicinity. Looking at the advanced software here, and get a good idea on the cores of these storms. So give me just a second. If you want my honest opinion, these look like garden variety in nature. I would say the heaviest, strongest cell would be this one between Alpena and Oceanique. That would be the strongest of the cells. But even then, it's not even close to what I think would be severe criteria. Let's check out the wind velocity just to make sure we're not missing anything, which we are not. Perhaps a bit of a downburst with that cell. So perhaps some gusty winds for Oceanique and southern Alpena areas. But these cells look like they're, at least right now, as of the current time, which is 5:02 p.m., looks garden variety in nature. Yeah, there's no longer a warning in effect for either Alpena or Alcona counties. There is no warnings or even statements in effect anywhere in the state of Michigan. So we are all clear for now. Question is, do we pop off or do we stay on and just kind of wait it out? Because honestly, there's really no storm that is catching my eye on radar I'm going to point to and go, that's going to be one to watch. These are all just kind of garden variety right now. This storm down here just north of Crystal is a very slow moving, but also looks to be developing a decent core on it. So that might be one to watch. But aside from that, there's not much out there. Obviously going to watch the one near Oceanique here. Well, while we have a second, go ahead and go through our sponsors. Might as well do that while we have a downtime here. So if you're just tuning in, current time is 5:04 p.m. Friday afternoon or Friday evening, if you consider 5 p.m. to be evening. I am Ryan, and this is Michigan Storm Chasers live coverage, YouTube, X, Facebook, and Twitch, simultaneously streaming to all 4 platforms. Prompted a severe warning to go live here for Alcona and Alpena. It has since been expired early as the storm that prompted the warning has turned into a rain shower, but there are other areas to watch around that cell, which are going to stay live for a little longer. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and give a couple shout outs to our sponsors. Why don't we? Let's go ahead and start with Apex Restoration, based in Grand Blanc. These sponsors, I just want to quickly say, these sponsors provide services to you guys in the event you need their services at any time, primarily from storm damage or restoration needs. But we also have other sponsors, we'll talk about those in just a second, that are not roofing, siding, window, gutter related. They're more niche related. So Apex Restoration, we have American Arbor. They're in the southwest part of Michigan for any tree service needs. We have Rapid Radios, our communication sponsor here. They're one of our sponsors who can provide communications to you via LTE radios. Our Skycam sponsor, also audio video needs, Guardian Technologies. Rainbow Restoration in Kent County. A-Class Construction Restoration in Mason County. We got Top Gun in Western Michigan for roofing and exterior needs. We have Schneider Commercial Building Solutions for any commercial roofing or building solution needs. And we also have Shield Public Adjusters for any insurance claim help or adjusting needs. Our Patreon sponsor, On Top Roofing, based in Livingston County. They're also, just want to put a note out here, they are also up in the Lachine area for last night's storms. They're helping inspect some properties. So if you happen to be in the area and need their services or want inspection done, feel free to get a hold of us or call them directly. FBI Buildings for any barndominium needs across Lower Michigan. Kuiper Tree Care in West Michigan. McKay Tree Specialist in Southeast Michigan. We have Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding in Thumma, Michigan, Sand Lake, St. Clair County to be exact. Katz Roofing and Siding, as well as Lifestyle Exteriors, both based in the Lansing area. And lastly, Storm Guard Roofing and Construction, based in the Detroit Metro North area. Those are our sponsors. They help keep operations rolling here at MSC, and they also are trusted partners here to provide services to you guys in the event you happen to need their services. So if you guys ever experience damage from any storms, flooding, etc., feel free to contact one of our partners or us directly, and we can put you in touch with the proper people to help get you back at 100%. Any questions, guys? Feel free to pop them in chat. Let's hang out for a bit. We'll say the storm on radar over the Ossining area is looking probably the strongest in the state currently. Let's go ahead and pop Drew back on. I'll see if Drew's back with us. I know he had a... He's testing out a few new equipment stuff today, so we could have some hiccups with Drew's stream. I'm not sure if he popped off or if it just disconnected. Oh, there he is. He's back. Where am I broadcasting from? I am broadcasting from my home. We do not have an office at MSC, at least not yet. Maybe in the future, but I am at home base. Can see the tops of the storms looking west from Muskegon. That's pretty cool. Evan, I will recommend Rapid Radios there. They are awesome. You can literally drive from Maine all the way to California and be able to talk to somebody on a radio. It's basically, it's like a radio but cell phone. It's like it's really cool. And they really come in handy for our chasers to communicate as well. So, are we gonna have chances for severe storms in the GR area, Grand Rapids, later this month? I'm looking forward to a good storm. Evan, great question, and I will say we are in a pattern next 10 or 15 days that is supportive of pop-up storms scattered throughout the state. But in terms of organization for storms, maybe Tuesday would be the next time frame to watch for that. Anything past that would be a little bit more of a long-range forecast. There's nothing that screams severe weather in the long-range models, at least right now, at least. So keep an eye on that Tuesday, around Tuesday time frame. We could have some more organization with that as I think like a weak shortwave or a cold front comes through. I was looking briefly this morning before I had to go live at like 4 in the morning this morning. So I'll dive into it, perhaps do a video on it tomorrow or Sunday. typically in August. I will say this as well. Past 2 years have been this way. If you guys think back, we had a bigger system come through. I believe sometime in the last week of August last year. I don't recall the date exactly. And then obviously back in 2023, we had August 24th. That was the night we had 7 tornadoes and that big squall line push across southern Michigan that did a lot of damage and took power out. So that was a big event. But typically at the end of August, we usually have that one big last hurrah of the season. So perhaps, I can't say that for sure, but historically speaking, that's what usually happens. Yes, Alcona and Alpena Severe did expire early. They canceled that. The storm did not hold its strength. And the current storms on radar are also not really holding their strength either. They're just kind of hanging out there. I'm going to take a peek at the advanced radar and just be sure I'm not talking out of my rear end here. Let's go ahead and look at the updrafts. And yeah, that's actually going to be over here on very quickly, so that's not going to be a concern. Let's go down. Let's go up now. So there is a cell that has strengthened just a bit. And that's going to be this cell right here over M65. Once again, just north of Curran. The core on that storm is small, but it's up above 20,000 feet. So that could be close to a statement criteria for this storm. And the good news, though, again, with this area, it's not very well populated. So it's affecting maybe 100 people at most. Baby storms. I don't know if they call them baby storms. I would say baby storms would be the ones that are down here across Mount Pleasant back here toward Grand Rapids. If you are being impacted by one of these little baby storms, you are winning the lottery when it comes to rain because this area is dry. Unless you're in Big Rapids. Big Rapids had a flood this morning. 4 to 5 inches of rain fell just west of Big Rapids. So they got rain, but I know this area, West Michigan, all the way to the Tri-Cities, is in a drought. So any rain we can get through this corridor would be appreciated. Further east, we have nothing on radar currently. Any questions? Feel free to pop them in chat here. Let's hang out. Nothing to talk about currently on radar here. We're going to watch this storm closest just because it's the strongest that I feel on radar. Otherwise, we are just kind of hanging out. I hope Canton gets rain. We just need a statewide soaker. I saw a question earlier. I think Janelle brings up a good point here as well. Why does West Michigan shoreline areas always miss out on summertime storms? I think I saw a comment earlier about how storms always form like 10, 15 miles to the east of them. And that is usually because in the summertime pop-up storms, there are lake breezes that push inland off of Lake Michigan. And typically storms fire near or just around that lake breeze boundary. So if you're like a Manistee, Ludington, Muskegon, if you're like a shoreline city, there's really not much to do for rain unless you're talking like a line pushing across this Lake Michigan towards you guys. It's not impossible. It's not impossible to see a pop-up, but that lake breeze is what usually fires off storms. So if you're not, close to that lake breeze boundary later in the day, which is sometimes gets past 131, it leaves you dry. So that's typically why we see storms fire further east than our shoreline counties. What's going on with the storm in Atlanta? Let's find Atlanta. I know it's up here somewhere. Am I in left field here? Where's Atlanta? I'm about to Google this. There's Atlanta. Took me a while to find it. Not much. Just some rain showers. I don't see any lightning with this storm either. But yeah, not much going on there. My dad's in chat stirring the pot. Anyone lacking rain this summer might get 80 inches of snow this winter. Oh, boy. Why were the sirens going in Alpena? Nothing on my weather apps at all. So there was a severe thunderstorm warning for the very far southern part of the county. And I guess Alpena is one of the counties that sounds sirens for any and all types of severe warnings. Some counties decide to do that. So even though the storm was in the southern part of the county, I guess they sound them for the entire county at once. So if you're in the very far northern part of the county, you probably have blue skies, truthfully. But the southern part of the county had quarter-size hail and perhaps some gustier winds there occurring. So that is why you likely heard sirens in the area. Will we see isolated or scattered storms on Sunday for Canton? I honestly did not look at the Sunday forecast, but I would suggest yes, because I believe Sunday's going to be the most humid day of the week. I know we have storm chances tonight, tomorrow, and also I assume Sunday as well. I'll pop open the model here real quick and take a peek. But it's going to be humid on Sunday and also hot. 90, I think, for a lot of us. And humidity is going to be pretty bad. Yeah, Sunday, actually, there is a severe risk now they introduced. I think I talked about this in our video 2 days ago, where that risk could shift further into lower Michigan, and that's exactly what happened. So, yeah, the entire state falls under a general thunderstorm category. And there is a swath from Sault Ste. Marie down to about Benton Harbor that falls within a marginal risk for severe weather. So yeah, keep an eye on Sunday for sure. So yeah, storms are possible. I would suggest storms are possible into early next week as well. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I think Tuesday is a big day to watch just because we have a bigger, perhaps, trigger moving in, which could spark more organization with these storms. What happened to the Grand Rapids over-the-air live radar feed? It disappeared a few years ago. I do not know what you're talking about. If a news station did that or if there's like a live stream, I don't know. I wouldn't have knowledge of that. Will we be getting any rain in Southeast Michigan this weekend? It is a possibility. There are pop-ups that are possible, but pop-ups are just that. They pop up, they're random. I can't really pinpoint when and where, but yes, there is a chance for pop-ups through the weekend in Southeast Michigan. It's busy. Yes, it is very busy. But at the same time, we've been pretty quiet lately compared to previous summers. We've had 2 big events this year back in March, end of March, and then middle of May. And then after that, we've had maybe 1 decent chasing setup. Otherwise, we've been dealing with these pop-up storms for the past about month and a half. So it's fairly quiet out there. And our typical storm season ends in August. We can still get severe into September, October, and sometimes November. But after August, it really drops off, historically speaking. I would think that's a really good possibility. Is it Tangy or Tangy? I think I asked you this before. I'm gonna call you Tangy. But yeah, I would suggest that as a possibility. Hi from Sheridan, Michigan, Montcalm County. Thundering, sun is out. Seems to be moving north. Want to get out on the pontoon, but may wait. Let's go south. There's good old Montcalm County. You said Sheridan. Let's go ahead and find Sheridan. There's a good old Sheridan. So you are in the middle of several showers and some heavier showers, perhaps a storm or two. And right now, you're going to be dry primarily, probably for a good while, unless something pops up directly over you. If you notice with these storms, they're barely moving in nature. So depending on your lake, you're probably going to be good, at least for the time being. But with these pop-up days, one storm or shower could pop up pretty quickly over you. So as long as you have blue sky, you should be good to go. But if you see any dark clouds building close to you, probably time to head in. Wood TV had a separate live channel for weather radar. It is no longer on our cottage TV list. Huh. I mean, yeah, you got us here. We're going to be live every time there is a severe or tornado warning in the state. So if we're not live, it's a good thing. Trail Goat has a comment in chat here that I will touch on briefly. It says that over-the-air TV is no longer relevant, unfortunately. And I agree and disagree. I agree in the sense that I believe it's becoming outdated very quickly. The social media meteorology that we are basically defining here at MSC, that is going to be the new standard, I believe, going forward in the future. Now, the current market for the TV and the current viewership of that is declining rapidly. And I believe that's because the younger generation, like your 20s and 30-year-olds, they're getting information via online, their phones. They're not sitting down to watch 6 o'clock news anymore. And I think that's why we're seeing a sharp decline in TV viewership. So, unfortunately for them and TV stations, I believe it's going to come to an end quickly. But there are ways to adapt for that. They can also do the exact same thing that we're doing. They can start their own online stream and reach people via social media that way. Some already do that. So there are ways to combat that. Janelle says, sitting on my deck, I have approximately 3 raindrops. The drought is busted. Yeah, there's just not much going on here, guys. I may pop out here. I will say there are some nice cores on these storms up in the exact same area. What a surprise. But they're not quite getting to severe criteria. This cell right here, these 4 or 5 cells, this one, and this one, all have decent cores that could be producing pea-size hail. Maybe a little bit larger than peas, maybe marble size with this one right here. But I don't think it's close to being severe at the current time, at least. So we've been live for about 24 minutes since our last warning. Do you guys think I should pop off and pop back on if need be, or do you guys want to stay on a little bit longer? I didn't mean to make you feel that way. I'm sorry if I did. I think most weather stations here in West Michigan have a YouTube channel they also stream from. And yeah, some do. And that's going to be the future. So I think there's going to come a time where they have to adapt at some point of how people receive the news. Because times are changing. And they have changed. I have 2 pop-offs, get some dinners, and I have 2 stay-ons. So we'll go until 5:30, and we'll reevaluate radar at that point. So we'll have 4 minutes here to pop. I keep saying pop. I'll have 4 minutes here to decide if these storms are going to pop off or they're going to remain the same. This storm here has an uptick in lightning, and that is a little worrisome to me. Usually when you see an uptick in lightning, it means that either A, the storm is strengthening, or it's going to fall out and weaken. So we'll see what it does. Looking on the latest couple scans, though, it looks like it's really starting to thin out there. I think it's actually falling out, truthfully. Let me go and take an echo top view on that. Yeah, it's about 42,000 feet, but it's collapsing on itself for right now, at least. This cell, there's no town near it, just north of Curran, northwestern Alcona County. Harbor Beach may have a good view on this cell here as well. I'm going to take a peek at that camera real quick. Actually, not really. Just a range shaft out there over the lake. Looking at the camera network here to see if there's anything good to pull up real quick. I don't see much anything. Just a lot of blue sky. Was just informed today we have, I believe, 2 more cameras slated for next week. And then we have to work on coordinating with some new locations. Which you have plenty to coordinate with. That's funny. 5:27 p.m. here, Friday evening. These storms, I will say, they're in a good environment today. So it is always a possibility that even if we do hop off of here and we go back live later on, these storms may re-intensify in the future. But for right now, we're looking to stay just below strong criteria. So with that said, the Ionia camera, we have a good look on that cell. Let's pull up the Ionia camera. We have so many cameras now that I have to look and try and find what I'm looking for. It's kind of crazy. There we go. There's our network. Pull up the Ionia camera here for you guys real quick. There is a storm that's popping up just in front of the camera, courtesy of the Old Stone Porch here. It's a wedding venue. We'll keep an eye on that. Whoa. See the super chat coming in here. It is a $100 super chat. So thank you, Orion. Thank you for all you do to keep us informed, but do take good care of yourself as well. You know, I am told that so much from people. I appreciate you. I know Joel, myself included, I know the entire team really, Chandler, we are dedicated to what we do here. And if we have to sacrifice our sleep schedules for you guys, that's what we're going to do. So appreciate your support, though. It's unfortunate for me, though, and I know Joel had this as well back a few weeks ago, where he was up all night streaming and into the morning hours, And similar to that, I will probably be up all night monitoring storms in the UP later on into the morning on Saturday. So I believe we're going to have Joel back for tomorrow, but for tonight, he is out. So it's just going to be me tonight. Perhaps Chandler popping on later if we are live later. So you may see some Chandler action later. I do need some sleep. I'll make it though. Thunder in Mayo. You guys and the mods rock. Yeah, the mods are awesome. As always, they have been here forever, and they are a huge reason why chat stays bot and spam free. So the only reason I haven't popped off yet is because these storms are intensifying over the past couple of scans if you animate the radar here. So I'm going to stay on, and we're going to hang out here a bit longer. Just because these are building, and I would hate to pop off and pop on 5 minutes later. So let's wait to see what these things do. If anything, I would have to expect they're going to be similar to other storms that may go strong, perhaps severe at a brief nature, but I wouldn't expect them to be a very long-lived threat. Yeah, the difference between yesterday and today, the storms yesterday didn't really have, or sorry, the storms today don't really have anything that's sustaining these storms long term. But yesterday we had these storms just blossom. They kept building and gaining strength and maintaining themselves. Today it's just kind of popping up and popping back down. The key word of the day is pop. Popping, pop, popped. I've said it, I don't know how many times. So these storms up in the Mayo area, they're going to be in Oscoda and Alcona counties. So now we're talking Oscoda County. No statements, no warnings in effect yet. But these are popping up and moving toward Goodar, just north of Rose City. I will say it's a bit refreshing to be saying new names. The past 2 days, I have been saying the exact same names: Alcona, Alpena, Harrisville, Curran, Osneek, Hillman, what was that? Lachine, Long Rapids. So going down here to Oscoda County, saying new names like Mayo and Luzerne, Goodar, it's a refreshing. It's hard to explain. I see a comment here from Meme saying Nightbot. We do have Nightbot. We could unleash Nightbot if we want to. We have programmed it to be more savage in nature, but we have yet to release that bot, and we're probably not going to. Well, while we wait, let's play a game. I'm feeling a little generous here. If anybody in the next minute can guess where one of our cameras is going next week, I will give them a MSC t-shirt. You have a minute. 5:35 or 5:36 and 32 seconds will be the cutoff. Just out of curiosity, I'm going to scroll through chat here. If I see it, I'll say stop. And if I gave you the county, that would give it away more than likely, or it'd be a lot easier to figure it out. May not give it away, but I see 20 seconds left, guys. I don't see it yet. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to scroll up and double check, but I did not see it. All right, so go ahead and stop guessing, because anything past this is not going to count. Nope, I didn't see it. I did not see it. Well, as a consolation prize, I will give away memberships, because we have 10 of those to give away. So why not? If you're just joining us, we are live because we had a severe warning in Alpena and Alcona counties about an hour ago, was it? About an hour ago. I got prompted us to go live. That warning was not quickly, but it was canceled about 15 minutes early. It lost strength. And now we're just And now we're just going to hang out here, and we are going to keep an eye on the cells that are popping up in that same general vicinity, but they're not currently severe or strong in nature. I might actually hop off here soon. Did they take away... Oh, there it is. Let's see. Did they take away memberships? But there it is. Well, if I tell you now, it's not going to count for anything. So I just gifted 5 memberships. Got Todd, MR Fixit, Northwoods Laurel, Scott, Jennifer, and Mr. Denny. All were gifted memberships. So welcome to the team, guys. Appreciate... Well, I guess I can't really say I appreciate your support, but welcome to the team. Hope you stick around. The region, West Michigan. Think Lake Michigan. That's your hint. I am considering popping off of here. Yep, Pilot got it. Pilot got it. First guess. The first guess. I see that. That's what would happen if I gave you guys the region or the corridor. We also have a second camera going in, but it's also going into a spot you guys probably wouldn't guess, truthfully. But we'll have 2 new cameras at least coming in next week, and as always, we are working on getting those up and running on a live stream channel, so stay tuned for that. We should be launching that in the next, I'm going to say probably 2, maybe 3 weeks at most. We may actually have some cameras online as early as next week, but we'll have to see. Might be pushing it. All right, let's take a look at these storms real quick, and I'm going to take a peek at the advanced data and just get a better idea of what they're doing. And we're going to take a peek, go up in the atmosphere with the updrafts. Nice cores, but they're not really gaining too much strength. Actually, this is what this one kind of is. Like, these storms are borderline. This southern cell right here is really starting to take shape. It's got a core up to about 21,000 feet. Now, when the hail core gets over or close to 25,000 feet or so, that's when we start getting close to severe criteria. So this storm is pushing that limit right now. It's a very small, localized core, but still a very nice updraft with the storm. Yeah, Ludington was it. Yeah, it was Ludington. Well, 5:41 p.m. Eastern. We have not had a warning in about 41 minutes, so I'm considering hopping off here once again. It's hard to say, though. I could always just leave Drew up here. All right, see ya, Tingy. Yeah, we'll be live later if need be. The UP may have a line of storms pushing up into it, but latest models suggest that could not happen until later on, closer to sunrise. So we'll play it by ear. Ideal situation, we don't go live. And honestly, ideal situation would be we all have a nice sleep tonight with no storms, but I'm sure I'll be up monitoring something. That's how Michigan goes sometimes. Yeah, latest models actually keep us clear until 7 a.m. still, so let's take a peek over here. Why not? Up to Marquette. Nothing on radar besides some showers. Storms, yes, possible in Port Huron. It's a higher threat the further north you go today, but it's still a threat to keep an eye out for. Drew is chasing up in Alcona County. I just know if I pop off here, it's going to go severe warned in like 15 minutes or so. It's a hard choice because the storms today have been pretty tame. They're not long-lived like they were yesterday, so these storms could also collapse in about 10 or 15 minutes, and we're just kind of sitting here waiting for nothing. So I think at this current time, I just saw the latest scan come in, and it increased its hail core on this storm. Yeah, we're going to stay live. This cell down here just south of Mayo is looking pretty healthy.
Mayo.
I was correct. It's Mayo. Red Dozer with gifted memberships, 10 of those. Thank you, Red, for your ongoing support of MSC. Got Reality Check, Madge, Gabby, Tracy, Thunder, JD, Jafer, JMSL Olgat, Carol, and Little Jen. Welcome to the team, guys. Hope you stick around. And thank you to Red for your generosity and your ongoing support of operations here at MSC. I'm going to predict they're going to put a statement on this storm soon. I'm going to say for 40 mile per hour winds and half-inch hail. That's my prediction. Drew is actually near these storms. So we'll keep an eye on his feed up there in the top right. He is utilizing his new Starlink internet. So with these storms being very tall, 40, 50,000 feet, some interruptions in his connection are possible, which you're seeing some lag there, but that is completely normal. Hello, Terry from the Thumb. Have a pea-sized hill report coming in further south here. It's going to be up here for this cell between Greenville and Cedar Springs. That was a little bit healthier a minute ago, since weekend. Was I right? If you guys heard that, that was my phone. Let's check out what this is for. They're going penny-size hail and 40-mile-per-hour winds. So it's a bit... I got the wind right, but they did not go half-inch. They went penny-size hail. So that is a new statement coming in. And that will prolong our stream. So this statement is in effect for 27 minutes for Goodar, Lupton, Shady Shores, just west of Curtisville. I don't see any big town names up here. 604 is a main artery here, east-west road, just to the east of M33. The hail core on this storm is actually quite potent in nature. I'm kind of surprised there's not a warning on this, truthfully. Actually very surprised. Very surprised. So why I say that, I'll go ahead and show you guys, is we have advanced software here behind the scenes. I'm going to pull up here. This is GR2. This is what Joel uses primarily, but this is a good tool to use. And I just go up in the atmosphere here. So the radar beam at this first tilt is 2,500 feet. But if I go up in these tilts, let's go to tilt 3.1. This is now 12,000 feet. If I keep going higher and higher, this is now 19,000 feet. You're going to see that hail core is still there. If we go up even further, let's go to 6.4. This is at 24,000 or 23,000 feet. That hail core is still there, and that would indicate likely some severe hail in this storm. We go up even higher than that, we're up to almost 30,000 feet, and that core is still there, very localized, but still there. So this is a very potent storm that I would suggest is producing perhaps close to, if not severe hail. So would not be shocked to see them issue a warning on this if this continues. Sometimes it does take a few minutes for that hail that's up in the 15, 20,000 foot to drop all the way down to the surface. And sometimes it melts. So there could be like a melting involved. A lot that goes into this. But right now, it's a very nice core. Would not be shocked to see a warning come out of the storm. A lot of lightning with this as well. We're going to try to refresh Drew here and get him a little bit better feed. Try and clear that up just a bit. There we go. Sometimes it just takes a little bit of a refresh on our end to get things moving. So we'll keep him up there. He is in Alcona County. He is blasting what appears to be over toward this cell. This statement is for southern Oscoda, if I didn't say it already, southeastern Oscoda, and northeast Ogama. I also noticed that I am still sharing my advanced radar screen. I'm going to switch back over here to this. Whoops. Yeah, to this. So you guys can see a bit better of a look on what's currently statemented. Zooming out, I'm taking a peek back further south. We got a cell passing just to the north of our Lowell camera, which faces due south, just behind the camera there. Got some showers in Kent County, Ionia County as well. Those showers that formed in the Isabella County, Midland County area have turned into light showers. East side of the state remains clear. Over in Ontario, there is a decent storm. In fact, I think they warned this over on the Ontario side. They did. Heavy rain may cause flash flooding and significant reductions to visibility. This is Canada for reference. A thunderstorm capable of producing toonie-sized hail and heavy rain. So they have quarters, or almost an equivalent to quarter. They're called toonies, or $2 coins. So similar to the U.S. metric system, they're using coins as examples of hail size. So. Yeah, this truthfully needs a warning. I have a hail core to 37,000 feet now. This needs to be warned for hail, unless I'm missing something here. I don't know the exact freezing layer and the melting layer and all that, but this storm, the core of this is extremely tall, and likely larger hail falling with this storm. I would suggest and guess that there is a warning incoming for this cell. So this is moving toward Goodar, and should stay to the east of Rose City here, but Lupton, Shady Shores, and Long Lake areas, as well as Curtisville, this storm is moving in your direction. Drew is close to this cell. Go ahead and take him back here as a full screen. Go ahead and pop him off the top there. I'm going to pop myself off the screen as well. I'll be here in the background. I just want to take him full since he is close to that cell. And we'll give him the floor, so to speak. He is driving west towards this current cell. Drew needs some afterburners. That's funny. Evan, we had numerous 2-inch hail. Try lime size hail. We had some golf balls too, but we had a couple of 2-inch hail reports. Kind of shocked they're not warning this storm. Like, truthfully, I'm a little shocked. How does velocity look for Mayo? And the answer is there's likely a downburst ongoing. And there we go. Go ahead and get this back on. There's your warning. Pop myself back on the screen there. The warning polygon is not popped in just yet. I'll put Drew back up there in the top right corner for you guys. We'll wait for it to pop in. But there's your warning incoming for this cell. There it is. Quarter size hail and winds less than 50. So just a hail threat with this. They're going quarters in nature. Get that graphic posted here on Facebook real quick, and we'll go ahead and talk about cities, time frames, location, all that jazz in just a second. Again, good news is it's not a very populated area over here. And another good news is, top right of your screen, we have Drew up there, who's going to be looking at the storm here momentarily. He is actually looking right at it as we speak. He's about 5 miles from the core of this. So go ahead and pop this in the Facebook post. So for those who don't know, the Facebook warnings are automated via text. So like the text that says severe warning for blank county until blank time, that's all automated. As soon as it's issued, it goes out. But the graphic is provided from NWS. We can't automate that. We have to go and grab that ourselves, edit the post, input the post, and put it in that way. All right, let's go ahead and talk about this. Severe warning in effect for southeast Oscoda County and northeast Ogama counties for quarter-size hail. The text says until 6:30 p.m., so it puts us about 32 minutes, 31 minutes now. At 5:56 p.m., a severe storm located near Mac Lake or 10 miles southeast of Mayo, moving southeast at 10 miles per hour. Your hazard is quarter-size hail, and your source is radar indicated. The impact is damage to vehicles is expected. The storm will be near Lupton around 6 p.m. That's in 1 minute. So Lupton around 6 p.m. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. So once again, severe warning in effect. Northeast Ogama, southeast Oscoda counties. Goodar is heading your direction. Lupton and Shady Shores will be impacted, or should I say may be impacted by this storm. As you can see, the core of this is elongated, and that is likely going to lead to kind of shifting and a bit of a variant to the motion of this storm. It's moving very slowly, so that's going to be the best news. It's not going to travel across the entire county very quickly and affect a lot of people. It's localized. So with that said, the hail core currently, if you zoom into some roads, 604 Crossroad, it's called Curtisville Road, just to be exact. Crossroad here is going to be Warbler Road. Going further to the east here, this is going to be Fowler Road. So that's going to be roughly where the most of this hail is, and it's actually over a populated area near Mac Lake. These are subdivisions, looks like, or at least perhaps a campground or subdivisions. Mac Lake, populated area there, impacted by this warning. The population of the warning polygon is 627 people. So this entire yellow polygon, there's an estimated 627 people within that yellow shaded area. Drew, where'd you go, man? Let's refresh him just to make sure it's not on our end of things. It seems like refreshing has been the way to go. So let's go ahead and do that real quick just to make sure he's not. Yeah, I think he's disconnected. I don't have it to connect. Oh, there he is. Maybe it was on our end. So we got Drew back. Let's go ahead and take him full. Why don't we? Go back to that screen there. There we go. So Drew is going to be in the Goodar area, which is just outside this warning polygon. He's near Curtisville and Goodar. He is driving, I believe, south on Branch Road. He is moving toward the core of the storm. Yes, he is on Branch Road, heading toward Goodar. This is going to be in Alcona County still, about to cross over in what appears to be Ogama County shortly. Warning is in effect till 6:30, so we have 28 minutes on this particular warning. You're watching Drew Brummel chasing in this northeast part of the state. Not too often we have chasers up there, so we are happy to have a feed from this area today. Yes, if you're in the polygon, make sure you are inside, away from windows, and you are on the lowest floor of your house. So it's a basement. If you have a basement, if you do not have a basement, interior closet, bathtub, bathroom, it works. Hallway as well. Luckily, this is a hail risk. It's not a large, it's not a wind risk or a risk for a tornado at that, but hail can still be impactful, especially if it's wind driven, which I don't think this storm is, but hail can still put dents in your siding, your roofing, your vehicles, and also break some windows as well. So it's best, at very least, to be away from windows. Preferably, go to your basement. Lake Ogama. How is that area looking? Where is Lake Ogama? I'm not familiar with this area. Oh, there it is. I found it. Just north of Elbow Lake there. So Lake Ogama, you're fine from this severe storm, but there is a storm that has popped up just to your north. It might be raining there, actually. That is not severe, not strong. It just looks like a shower, perhaps a rumble of thunder with it. So you should be fine there. Drew is in the backwoods of northeast Michigan. He's on some very back roads. This hail core is heading directly toward Goodar. Take back the radar here and put Drew back up in the corner. There we go. We'll put Drew back up there. Perfect. So this is the core of the storm in the Goodar area. The purples and pink colors, that's going to be your heaviest of your core. And hail, according to radar, is roughly a half-inch, or should I say a $half size in diameter. Again, radar's guess is not always, in fact, likely is not going to be always reflected in real time, but it does give a good idea as to what is actually falling here. The core of the storm remains very healthy. Looks like 25,000 foot on that hail core. Let's go up one more just to be safe. And actually, yeah, there is actually a core up there to 30,000 feet. So this core is actually still very healthy. Likely some hail left in this one. We've been live for an hour and 28 minutes to be exact. Yeah, it looks to be south of Mayo. That is correct. Mayo is up here just to the north. So you're missing out on this storm. The warning is off to your south. Jake with a weird question in chat. Will we have back-to-back snow accumulation days? Jake, sorry. I believe you're referring to hail accumulating as a trace of snow. Possibly. Although I don't think we had an official measurement of a trace yesterday, to my knowledge at least. Well, I am going to put Drew back on here full screen. I'm going to pop myself out and switch myself over to my other headphones because it is my dinner. And I'm going to make some dinner real quick. There we go. Can you guys still hear me okay? Let me know in the chat if you guys can hear me okay before I pop out. And perfect. Thank you, Smith. I'll be back in like a minute or two, but I'm going to keep watching radar on my phone. We should have Drew's feed there in the time being. I should be about a minute and a half, 2 minutes or so. Just tuning in, severe warning remains in effect for Ogama as well. Primarily, the storm is just to the south and east of Mayo. So if you're in Mayo proper, you currently do not have rain. You may see a pretty big dark cloud to your southeast. But otherwise, you are safe from this storm. The hail core on this continues to look very impressive. And the only reason I'm getting food now is because this storm is likely not going to end anytime soon. And it is past my dinner time already. So I wanted to get this out of the way. I probably should do this before, but oh well. warning remains for Ogama and Oscoda counties. This goes until 6:30 p.m. for quarter size hail. Food is done. Oh no, did Drew's get a... Let's say, did it freeze on us? You know, it's not a... Switch this back over here. There we go. That should be switched back over here to my main mic. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to hear Drew. That's actually an issue on our software we have currently. You should be able to hear him, but we just can't. Let's refresh his feed here just to make sure it's not on our end of things. It probably is. Truthfully, it's a connection issue. And this time it appears to be on his end of things, because I just hit refresh and nothing happened. Try it one more time. Yeah, that ain't gonna do anything. There it goes. Perfect. So Drew is actually, if you pause radar here, you zoom way in, this green dot here, that's Drew, and he's entering the core of the storm right now. So he's probably having some pretty bad connections with this storm. Camping east of Rose City in Lupton, what to expect? I just saw your comment, Jana. Camp, excuse me, just east of Lupton. East of Rose City in Lupton. Okay, so this storm currently is just to your north. The core of this is about 5 to 10 miles to your north. Now, it could deviate and come towards you. Yes. Right now, though, that is going to be primarily to your north. But in the meantime, I would suggest if the hazards do impact you, gusty winds upwards of 60 miles per hour and quarter-size hail. And the reason I say wind now is because the latest scan and the latest update on the warning per the NWS has introduced wind probabilities up to 60 miles per hour with this storm. Taking a peek at velocity, you're going to see there is an increase just to the north of Rose City here of your velocity, your brighter greens showing up there. That is likely a downburst beginning or occurring with that particular cell. First time watching, welcome in, Weather Watcher. Appreciate you tuning in. If you're new here, we are live for any and all severe or tornado warnings in all 83 counties of Michigan. I'm usually joined alongside Joel, partner in crime here, co-host, but he is off this weekend, so it's just me. Also got some cells going up down here by Claire. There's Drew. Drew's back with us. Hatton, Harrison, Gladwin, Beaverton, and Clare areas. Got 2 nice cells popping up there. We'll have to watch those as well. We'll keep focused right now on this storm heading toward Goodar. Yeah, Drew is basically right in the core of the storm. So he's likely going to be getting the worst impacts here. What a surprise. Just talked about those storms down by Claire, and now there is a statement on those storms. Winds to 40 and pea-size hail. Again, winds to 40 and pea-size hail. Clare County. That's what it says on the Grand Rapids graphic. We'll see if they include any other counties with that. Yeah, very small statement at that. Southeast corner of Clare County. This warning continues for 13 minutes for Ogama and Oscoda counties. And looks like we lost Drew again. Let's check to see if we have anybody else out there. And no, we do not. Go ahead and animate this. Now, the storm has become pretty much stationary in nature. Also have a storm behind that one that's popped up. In fact, there is a boundary there. And that's a prime example of what these lake breeze boundaries can do. This is a surface lake breeze boundary that I circled. And you can see as it progressed to the west, you can see the storm has fired right on that boundary. So it took a little pop up there and boom, there it goes. Made it explode. Very typical of what that boundary can do. It provides lift to get that storm up and going. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are the hazards with this storm. Some gusty winds remain on the backside over here toward M33, almost outside the polygon. The boundary appears to be just off to the west of this current severe storm. Looks like it's kind of like right here, if I had to guess. So it's close, but it's not quite on it. But it's in a close proximity where it could be feeding off the excess lift there that's providing. Yeah, trail goat, I was. I was, but hey, I am glad we stayed on because now we're in severe ops once again. Cells are starting to take back off, so we'll be live here as long as it takes. That's what we do here. Drew is in the core of the storm. He is reporting P-size hail. So P's do not verify that severe report or severe warning. Of course, I don't know his exact location, so he could be sampling a different part of the storm, but so far it's just P's, which is good news. Got some cells that are popping up down here in Allegan County. Trying to get my food eaten here while I have a second. But I don't see lightning with those at this current time. Keep an eye on those. Hail tracker on this is pretty intense, to be truthful with you. Just sitting north of the county line in Oscoda. All right, my food is eaten. I am back. I try to get that as quick as possible, but I should be good to go for 2 or 3 hours now. This is going to be a warning still in effect for 5 more minutes. Northeast part of Ogama and southeast part of Oscoda. Only warning in the state currently, and I am also becoming concerned with this cell because it is now stopped moving. It is now sitting over the exact same area. So, with that said, we're likely going to see some flooding out of the storm as well. This is going to be basically on the county line of Ogama and Oscoda, west of Goodar, south of 604, east of M33. It could be, but there's also that boundary hanging out close, so it also could be supporting this. I am expecting them, truthfully, to just reissue the exact same warning that's in effect. The hail core is still very nice looking. It's not weakening by any means. The polygon itself probably could shift just a bit south, maybe, but otherwise, this warning should continue. Expires in 3 minutes, 6:30 p.m. But again, this is likely going to be extended here just because that hail core is still very, very potent. Yeah, that is a very potent core there, 32,000 feet, and that's still hanging out. So this storm is hanging on for a while, which is what we kind of saw yesterday. It's what we didn't see so far today, but now we are seeing it. This lighting changed here. There we go. I'm going to kick back and I'm going to relax here for a minute. Check out the velocity on this. We're going to see this is hard to tell because it's very close to being side lobe contamination, which I believe it might be. But this is perhaps some rotation developing on the back end of the storm. Typically, I'll go ahead and flip it over here to my advanced radar software so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Typically, when you want to see rotation like this kind of line up, you want to see this red and a little bit heavier DBZ, which is on the left side of your screen here. So we're seeing the reds, the inflow to the storm, kind of lined up in a little bit of a shallower DBZ column in a light green color. It's hard to tell. I think it's side lobe, but this could be some rotation developing here. We'll see if they slap a Tor possible tag on this. Again, the warning expires in about 27 seconds, so we'll see if they reissue this. But I do believe it is contamination, as we call it, side lobe contamination with this storm, but it's very hard to say with 100% certainty. If this were to be rotation, it'd be just about 6 miles north and a bit east of Rose City. This warning is in effect here. It has now expired. We'll see if they continue it. All right, the warning has expired officially. And they're going to continue it now. So that's no surprise. They basically just dripped the same polygon and they continued it with no possible tag for a tornado. So they must not be concerned for that either. So we're going to switch back over here to the screen share. I'm pretty sure it's side lobe contamination. So we'll keep an eye on that. But in the meantime, the hail core with this, well, now the area of interest is now getting a bit more organized. You see how this little hook back here is become more than just like your light green showers. It kind of has a intensification. This actually could be some rotation developing here. In fact, yeah, this is definitely rotation. I believe this is rotation. So we'll have to watch this more carefully now. I have the 2 panel pulled up. I'm going to keep an eye on that. So we'll keep a close watch on that. I'm going to let Drew know this. I got to get that graphic posted. It's tough doing solo operations here. The warning is going to be same counties, southeastern Oscoda and the northeast part of Ogama. I am very interested to see if they add the tornado tag to this warning, just because I think this actually is developing some rotation with it. Okay, Drew's telling me his stream is good. Go ahead and take him. Refresh his camera here and get that back up. Welcome Drew back into the stream. Welcome back, Drew. Good to see you back in here. He probably can't hear me. If he does hear me, I can't hear him back. But I am communicating with him behind the scenes. He is blasting to that back side of that cell. This is 100% rotation with this cell. This is rotating. So Drew is on his way there. He is actually very close to the area of interest. He is driving south, and the area of interest is going to be just off to the road on the left side of your guys' screen there. There's anything that's of interest, it'll be on the left side of the road on the back side of the storm, which is, he's looking directly at it. So let's hope it clears up here and we get a visual of what he's going to see here. I believe this is rotation. It's very hard to tell, but with the latest couple scans on radar, it's hooking. It's also developing as rotation usually does. So that one scan didn't really match it, but now we have multiple scans coming in that looks to be inflowish, as we like to call it in nature. That warning is in effect for 26 minutes. Surprisingly, they have issued a mesoscale discussion, which basically is just the area highlighted per the SPC for a potential watch. And the text of it says, a watch is unlikely. The probability of that being issued is 5%, so a very low probability. Wind gusts up to 60 and hail up to $half size is what it says. I don't have the full details, but as soon as I do, I will read those off to you. But it does not appear, and we didn't expect one, honestly, but it does not appear we're getting a watch today. The hail core on this is very intense. We're going to take Drew back, though, because he's getting close to the area of interest. I don't want to miss anything if he does happen to have a visual. Again, area of interest would be just off to the left of the road there. Almost directly to his due left. Latest scan continues to show an area of rotation now developing. It's going to be over Trout Lake Road. We just say that last night, Trout Lake Road. It's going to be basically just south of the county line of Ogama and Oscoda. Just to the east of M33. If Drew were to pull off and look directly to his left, he would look straight at the area of interest, but unfortunately there's a lot of trees up here. So Drew is on M33 currently. He's on the county line, and we lost a stream there. Hope we get that back soon. We'll go ahead and refresh that momentarily. The warning does not contain possible tornado tag verbiage, at least not at this time. Either they're not concerned for that, or they have different data that tells them something else. But my data here that I'm seeing, it's less advanced than what they have. But this definitely appears to be rotating in nature. Aside from that, the hail core, take back the one panel look here. So there's your hail core. It's very, very wide. Listen to Drew in my ear. I got headphones in here as well. He is reporting there is a scary looking base to his left, and this warning has now been added for a possible tornado. So they are now seeing what we're seeing here. This is 100% rotation that has developed with the storm. We're going to go into our advanced tracking mode here. We're going to switch over here to GR2, and we are going to take a peek at this in a full screen manner. So area of rotation now directly centered where these reds and greens are coming together over Oscoda and Ogama counties. Trying to manage here as well. Okay, so Drew's on it, getting me pictures here. He's reporting an elevated base, so that's good news at least. Elevated means higher off the ground. I'm looking at pictures here. Perhaps a wall cloud, but it doesn't appear to be overly organized, which is good news. So perhaps it's cycling. I am going to work on getting a text post out here, and I'm going to switch this to a 4-panel look just to make sure we're not missing anything here. And it's very cluttered. That CC is very cluttered, indicating we have a lot of hail falling. This kind of ramped up very quickly. There's your rotation tracker in the bottom left of your screen. Very, very intense rotation. This is going to be in northern Ogama County. Severe warning in effect for hail, wind, as well as a possible tornado. Get a post out here real quick. Again, I'm working everything solo today, so it's a little hard to keep up with everything, so I apologize. Okay. Back here to tracking. Looks like the rotation is weakening just a bit. We'll see if this thing reorganizes or not, but I want to take note here on the bottom right of your screen. This is what we call a correlation coefficient drop. Now, it's not debris. We look at this for like debris, like tornado debris and stuff like that, but this is hail. All this on the bottom right of your screen, all that clutter there, is hail from the hail core. If I turn on, in the bottom left, the VIL tracker here from the advanced software, the GR2, hail size on this says it is roughly 2 inches in diameter. Again, that's an AI estimate, but this is a nonetheless very potent storm that is likely producing large hail as well as damaging winds and even some rotation with this as well. The rotation has weakened enough for me to say, hey, we could switch back over here to a less complicated view. So we're going to take this back here, and we're going to take a little bit of a look here. This is pretty much stationary. This is now heading into Lupton. I know there's a Lupton viewer here in chat. It did deviate south towards you guys. Lupton, perhaps Rose City, Fayette's Corner, Shady Shores areas now in line for impact of this storm. Primarily hail, as well as potential for damaging wind and some rotation as well. Yeah, that hail core is very potent. So if you are anywhere from Lupton to Fayette's Corner, Rose City, Shady Shores along F28 here, this is going to be called Rose City Circle. That's what the road name is called. You have some likely large hail moving in your direction here. I am still tracking the rotation up on the advanced software I'm using, and it's still broad in nature, so we're not really too concerned immediately. Excuse me. And the rotation is increasing ever so slightly once again. We're going to take back, we're going to try to refresh Drew here and get him back with us. His connection keeps dropping as he is with... appears we're not going to get a signal back from him. So he's on the storm. Hopefully we'll get a look at this here. We are going to continue this warning. We are now for ping pong ball size hail with this storm, as well as a possible tornado and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Drew is reporting a rotating wall cloud with this storm. He says, quote, rotating hard, which means it's likely trying to increase its velocity. This may be trying to put down a tornado. He's looking right at it right now. Drew, we need you on stream, bud. There he is. Let's go ahead and take him full here, and let's hope that he stays connected with us. Again, Drew is on this storm. Latest scan does increase that rotation, and he's gone again. It's frustrating. Rotation on the latest scan appears to be broadening back out. Again, this is the northern part of Ogama County, and this, just kind of zooming out, this is a very classic supercell here. It's got a nice hook that's developed on the backside, just north of Rose City. So if you live in Rose City, Fayette's Gee, it scared me. Fayette City, What in the world? Rose City, Fayette's Corner, Lupton, Shady Shores, Camp Lulele, along M31 here. This is now a severe warning in effect for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. They did not add a possible tag for a tornado on that new warning. So it's just a base, sorry, not a base, ping pong ball and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So Rose City now affected, Fayette's Corner. This was issued by NWS Gaylord, and that is in effect until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. There is a little bit of a third body scatter spike on this storm, which is indicative of large hail. This is a very classic Michigan supercell, as we like to call them. Here in the summertime, we get these on a more rare basis than what we're kind of seeing the past 2 days. Feels like a repeat of yesterday, though. A little bit. Luckily, just one storm that is severe in the state. Zooming out, we have a couple areas of showers. Rotation of the storm has weakened just a bit. I think the main problem, or the main hazard with this storm, is going to be the large hail. This core continues to dominate. Looks like the hail core, the hail core on this storm is well above 30,000 feet. This is a very, very potent storm. 33,000 feet now. Let's go up even higher. Holy cow! 42,000 feet. That is insanity. This hail core is up close to 42,000 feet. Would not be shocked to see another upgrade to perhaps a considerable severe warning. Drew's reporting a new wall cloud is developing. Is the hail going to hit M55? Possibly, if this storm continues on its southeast track. It will, but in the meantime, you are out ahead of this, and it's moving very slow, so it's going to take a while to get to you. This hook has been developing for the past couple of scans here. I also want to take note that there is a cell that has popped up just west of Rose City, and this is moving in toward this hook. So as these two merge, we're either going to see this storm either maintain its strength, intensify, or decrease. Usually when cells merge like this, it usually does something funky or just kind of kills it altogether. So we'll see if this absorbs it and continues, or we'll see if it kills it. So interesting nonetheless. Warning continues for ping pong ball size hail, as well as a possible tornado with this storm. Try and get Drew's camera up here and working. But it's not, so it's unfortunate. Rotation is increasing ever so slightly once again. The hail core is now centered still over Lupton, up here toward the county line of Oscoda and Ogama, just north of Rose City. Now a flood advisory coming in. Not surprised by that at all. This storm has been pretty stationary in the exact same areas. Hail is increasing in Lupton. I am not surprised by that at all. We got Drew in the core of this storm. Again, the rotation with this storm is increased latest scan just ever so slightly, just north of Rose City. This is going to be a warning in effect for ping pong ball size hail and a possible tornado, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds for the northern part of Ogama County. Rose City in the path of this: Lupton, Shady Shores, Fayette's Corner, Camp Lulale, Selkirk along. This is going to be Town Hall Road, as well as Sage Lake Road. the center of the heaviest rotation is basically directly over the town of Rose City. Just a little bit east of town, north and east of town. East side of M33. Regardless, the hail core on this is very massive in nature. There's a rotation we've been talking about. There's Rose City. It's just off to the east and north of town here. And Drew is right there underneath the rotation. We don't have a visual of them. It's kind of disappointing. Looks like there's some connection issues going on there. But now there's a flood advisory in effect for Goodar, Lupton, Rose City, all the way up here towards 604 and the 33 corridor. So be advised, this storm is likely producing copious amounts of rain. And now we're considerable.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded.
So this is now going to be a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail. And that is not a surprise. Golf ball size hail now for Ogemaw County, northern Ogemaw County. Again, if you are in the path of this storm, you need to be taking shelter immediately. This is a considerable level 2 out of 3 severe warning now, and the hail core, unfortunately, is directly over Lupton. If you are in Lupton or in Shady Shores, anywhere around those two areas, you are likely getting impacted by what is very likely golf ball size hail. This storm is every bit of severe criteria, if not considerable, with golf ball size hail falling. And the core of this storm, we talked about this like 10 minutes ago, the core of this was over 40,000 feet. And that's kind of come down now in the latest couple scans. We're at about 35,000 feet with the core. Very, very potent storm as that hail is now falling out of that core and down to the surface. So they have upgraded this into a considerable warning. And this is a golf ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. There is no tag right now for a tornado. I believe, based on what I'm seeing with Drew's pictures and what they're kind of seeing as well, the storm is kind of elevated in nature. So it's not really producing very many surface-based features that would warrant attention for a higher wind threat or perhaps a higher risk for a tornado. Most of the rotation we're seeing here is elevated in nature. It's pretty broad currently over the Rose City area. If we go up in tilts, it becomes a bit stronger the higher up we go in the atmosphere, which is typical of these cells. But on the surface, the rotation's not mixing down there. So rotations, think of it basically it's above your heads. It's not sufficiently rotating at the ground level just yet. Thank you, Evan, for the super chat. It says $5. We lost power in Kentwood. No storms. That's funny. That is funny. Power has been going in and out north of Rose City. That is not a surprise by any means. This storm means business. That northern warning has been expired now. It's 7 o'clock on the dot. The one to the south for Rose City continues, and that does encompass most, if not all, that hail core. Perhaps a downstream warning incoming, perhaps further like this way. We'll see what they do with this. Right now, the warning is in pretty good shape. This is a considerable level 2 out of 3 warning for golf ball size hail impacting the Lupton area. Good evening, everyone, from a wet and booming Rose City. And yes, Rose City, you've missed the core of this storm. The core of it's affecting Lupton currently. Shady Shores is on deck. Lupton's actually pretty populated, unfortunately. Shady Shores, also a pretty populated center area here. Not good. We have some population to deal with this cell. This warning polygon, let's go ahead and take a peek at the latest update to this warning and kind of get an idea of how many people are in this polygon. It says 2,500 or so people are in this polygon. That's a bit more than what we've experienced the past couple of warnings today and yesterday. So with that said, you guys need to be inside in your basements, away from windows. This is likely very large hail falling. In fact, turning on the CC just to get an idea of how much hail there is in this storm. There's your hail tracker. That's just a massive just ball of hail. Not good, but the CC here, that's not every day that you see the CC that cluttered for hail. That is all very large hail falling, and unfortunately Lupton, Shady Shores, and areas around and surrounding those areas are impacted by this storm. This is one of the most intense cells that we've seen. We saw these yesterday. We saw them a couple weeks ago. I think it was last Sunday in the UP, and now we're seeing them again here in the Rose City area. Outside of the storm, there is no other warnings in the state currently. A quick look back here in the Grand Rapids area. We have a Hudsonville cell popping up. We have M45 west of Grand Rapids. Those are just showers. Another shower up here in Sand Lake, Cedar Springs area. And also the heavier shower currently just to the north of Clare in the, we're going to call it Gladwin area, between Gladwin and Hatton. That's going to be a shower that's statemented for 40 mile per hour winds and pea-size hail. In the UP, there is nothing on. Actually, I lied. There's actually a storm pushing into, this is Gogebic County, or is this Ontonagon? This is Gogebic. So I can't talk. This is going to throw me for a loop. Gogebic County, likely about to see some, perhaps some hail with the storm as well as this pushes in. Perhaps a statement or a warning incoming for Gogebic as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. So back here to the current warning. This is a considerable tag. Golf ball size hail is falling. This is going to be impacting, again, Lupton, Shady Shores, and Camp Lulale, Fayette's Corner, and now Rose City getting into a bit heavier precipitation as well. The hail marker on this is at 1.6 inches via radar, and I believe that every bit of it. The core of the storm is collapsing, which is good news, but in the meantime, short-term bad news is all that stuff, all the hail and rain is coming down at once. So A, larger hail on the surface, and B, gustier winds possible as this core collapses. Zooming out here, animating this, moving very slowly off to the east and a little bit south, almost a due south movement on this actually. Moving south at 10 miles per hour. South at 10 miles per hour. So we have a rotating wall cloud report over Rose City as of 1 minute ago per Drew. So rotating wall cloud essentially is a precursor, or should I say keyword is can be a precursor to a tornado. I will say on radar the rotation is looks like directly over Rose City, just to the south of Rose City now, as that hook has been encompassed with this, or swallowed up by the precip core. It might be trying to reorganize itself just south of Rose City. If you're just joining us here, it is 7:06 p.m. on this beautiful Friday evening. I am Ryan, and you are watching Michigan Storm Chasers live coverage of the only severe storm in the state currently in Ogemaw County, impacting the Rose City area, Lupton, Shady Shores, and Camp Lulele. Golf ball size hail, some rotation, as well as some gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour is possible with this storm. Moving south at 10 miles per hour, there's also flooding with this storm as well. So all hazard type of situation here for Ogemaw County. If you guys are likely in for a treat, sarcasm, not a treat. If you live south of the storm, Prescott, West Branch, Edwards, Selkirk, Elbow Lake, Skidway Lake, all in the path of this if it holds together. It is kind of moving further south now with the latest couple scans. So Prescott, Whittemore, anywhere down here toward Elbow Lake, Skidway Lake, and Greenwood should be on alert as the storm progresses to the south slowly. Hazard is going to be hail primarily, gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour, and there's some rotation with the storm as well. Let's take a look at something we haven't looked at yet today, and that is the precip accumulation. There is this storm producing likely very heavy rainfall rates, 2 to 3 inches, a nice wide swath with this storm. So there's why there is a flood advisory in effect. And there will likely be more to come if the storm survives. We could see an upgrade to a flash flood warning in the event the storm stalls out. In the meantime, 1 to 3 inches of rain have fallen and will likely continue to fall in the heart of this storm. Latest couple scans coming in here. This is 7:08. Perfect. Rotation's just hanging out there. It's not really intensifying or going away. It's just kind of there. I'll flip it over to show you guys. This is your velocity, your wind velocity. Reds are going away from the radar this way. Greens are going toward the radar this way. In this little couplet here is where we're kind of looking at for that rotation. So without you know what we're looking for, just back this up. We're going to see it's just kind of hanging out there over Rose City. It's not really going away or intensifying or strengthening or weakening. It's just kind of hanging out there. It is now south of Rose City, west of Fayette's Corner, basically traveling right along just to the west of M33 towards the intersection of Sage Lake Road, also known as F26 here. So that's going to be the area of rotational interest, but it's not overly strong to be concerned for anything tornadic at this time. This has been continued, or sorry, that's a latest update, never mind. The warning does continue for considerable golf ball size hail. That's 1.75 inches in diameter. Rose City, Fayette's Corner, Lupton, Shady Shores, and Camp Lulele in the warning for this. The good news is the core appears to be kind of weakening ever so slightly with this. Go ahead and go up in tilts, and yes. Good and bad news. The good news is this storm that's warned, the core is still falling out. The bad news is this little subsection over here that's developed is also now becoming strong, if not close to severe for hail. So we're going to have to watch the outermost part of this near Damon along Fairview Road and Rose City Road for potential additional hail that is outside of the warning polygon. The rotation on the latest scan also does decrease. Decreases slightly. I'm going to try to refresh Drew here. Cross my fingers and hope we get him back. Oh, there we go. We got Drew back. Let's take him full immediately. There is your beautiful wall cloud on this storm. That is gorgeous. Let's get Drew on here full. Holy cow. That was a task and a half. So Drew is actually on this storm. He is just south of Rose City. That is a gorgeous, gorgeous storm. His exact location is about 4 miles south of Rose City. He's at the intersection of M33 and Sage Lake Road looking north at the storm. That is a wall cloud. You can see very classic teaching moment here. Very classic wall cloud. You can see it's kind of slanted toward the rain there. It's kind of like a finger reaching toward the rain shield. And it's building off of that rain-cooled air. It's feeding up and in. So that is a very classic wall cloud. I don't see any rapid rotation with it, although it's kind of a laggy stream, so it's very hard to say yes or no. Also looking at some little lowerings on the left side of your screen, kind of like a funnel shape there almost. I can't tell if that's rotating or not, but this is a very classic wall cloud. This is going to be a new statement incoming for the Gogebic County as well as Ontonagon County region. It's going to be winds in excess of 30 and penny-size hail. Ironwood, Wakefield, Bessemer, and that's about Thomastown, Planter, and that's about all I'm seeing. So that's going to be a new statement incoming. They opted to go for a statement instead of warning. We could see an upgrade for a warning, though, if that continues to keep an intense look. Back here to Drew's stream. I know I'm not sharing my radar. The rotation with this storm on radar does appear to be either cycling or weakening in nature, but there's also a cell merger going on with this, so we're going to have to watch that carefully. There's two cells coming together. When those cells come together, stuff can happen, funky stuff. Other times we can have a storm just completely die off. This is, again, 4 miles south of Rose City, looking back north toward Rose City. It looks like Drew is about to move again, so we're going to put him back up there in the top right corner, and we are going to take back the radar. And this is a very classic supercell, as we always have said, is a very classic hook shape there. You can see the cell popped up to the left of that is now merging with this cell, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. And with that said, we have some increase of wind velocity just to the south and a little bit east of Rose City. This warning continues. I believe it's still considerable. No, sorry. They have downgraded this down to $half size. I must have missed that. $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds now with this cell. It is, in my opinion, looking at the data, it is shrinking ever so slightly. In fact, let's go ahead and get a 4-pan slice on that. We are at 52,000 feet. And no, not really. It is not really shrinking. The tops of this are still maintaining strength. It's just becoming more compact, it looks like. But the core is still very much alive. The one cell off ahead of, or out behind it, should I say, this cell over here, this is an area to watch here for large hail. That's moving in toward Rose City. So Rose City, again, you likely are about to be impacted by additional hail and storms. I mean, it's already still storming there in Rose City, truthfully. But another cell is pushing ever so slightly into the Rose City area. That does look concerning for additional hail, which could be large in nature. This core, original core here, is shrinking to a point where it's more so probably at or below severe criteria. This is the new area of interest that I have my eye on, off to the left of that cell. If you guys have reports, pictures, hail, anything you guys want to send us, feel free to message the page directly. We also have a group on Facebook called Michigan Weather Reports. We utilize that group. Not we, but you guys are able to utilize that group for any and all reports. I see Drew's back on this storm. Let's go ahead and take him back. Sorry, guys. I got you. Talking about this warning continues for half-dollar size hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. Rose City, Shady Shores, Lupton, Camp Lulale, Selkirk, all the way down to M55 now in the path of the storm. The good news is the original area of hail is weakening. A new area has developed off to the west. So this is my current concern over here, this area right there. Rotation with this is weak in nature, but there is some indication this is likely some gustier winds happening just south of Rose City. Hopefully those are elevated in nature and not gusting on the ground. I will say this cell over here, I've been talking about this for the past several minutes. There's no warning, a little bit off toward Damon. The polygon cuts off. It's very close, but this is likely producing severe hail now as well via radar. This is a nice core extending up 30, 35,000 feet. And VIL, the hail tracker, is lighting up with this, and it is looking every bit of strong, perhaps severe in nature. So even though the polygon is literally about 5 miles off to the east, over here where there's no warning, likely still seeing some larger hail falling just outside the polygon. So if you are still looking at the okay, I see a lot. Am I back for you guys? I'm muted on my end. Someone help me out here. Am I good to go? Yeah. So I see a lot of people still coming unmuted. Make sure your time lines up with current time. 7:18 and 50 seconds is the current time. About to be 7:19 here. Make sure that you are lined up. If you're watching, check your phone screen. If you're 3 or 4 minutes behind, refresh the stream, pop back in. Thank you, guys. Go ahead and take Drew's full stream back there. Looks like the majority of this storm, this is the base of it at least, I don't see anything organized with this. Just a lot of low-hanging scud. Where is he at currently? Okay, same area. So he is just still south of Rose City, same exact area near Sage Lake Road. Don't see anything organized yet with that. The rotation on that still is pretty weak in nature. Yeah, so Drew has a GoPro, and this is likely why you're seeing a green tint to that. It's not that green in real life, I promise you that. Now, if you look up there to the left side center of your screen, there is some bluish green tint there. That is legit, but the entire screen there sometimes does appear bluish and greenish in nature. It's not as bad as it looks. It's a GoPro thing. Kick back in my chair here. And back to a little bit of a relaxed mode as this storm is, one storm is weakening, the other storm is intensifying. So we're going to take a peek here on radar, and as a good segue, I need to see his back now, but I want to go ahead and point out the radar. This original storm that was warned is still on the weakening trend. $half size hail is the warning, continues, but this one back here, still outside the warning polygon, is the one to watch for the larger hail currently. In fact, there's your hail core. You can still see there's some falling out here just to the east and south of Rose City, but your concentrated area is right there where that second circle I just drew. That's all the clutter between Damon and the Rose City Road. Turn on the hail tracker here. Yeah, there you go. So your old hail core right here is weakening. There is your new hail core being picked up by the hail tracker. And it is currently just outside that warning polygon. The current yellow box on your screen expires in roughly 9 minutes at 7:30. 8 minutes really. So we'll see what they do with this. They'll probably extend it or at least issue a new warning, probably for both of these storms. If not both, then the one back here to the west, I have to assume. The hail core on that, I'm getting upwards of 1.6 inches via the radar's guess. So very large hail likely falling there. Yeah, that's a very nice core. Looking at comments you guys have sent us just to make sure I'm not missing anything. I believe Chandler's on the back end doing that. But I want to make sure I'm not missing anything important. Why are we dropping phone numbers in chat? You are looking at the radar currently for Ogama County, where a severe warning is in effect for $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This storm has been quite potent in nature. All right, back here to the radar. Apologize about that. Had to take care of some spam in the comment section. This is going to be a storm that is warned over Rose City, and that sun behind me is really giving me fits. Should fix it, hopefully. All right, back to the radar here. This warning continues for $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for the north central part of Ogama County. I would expect them to reissue a new warning here, primarily for this core back here. Again, Rose City on deck for this storm, although it's been raining for the past like half hour there. Looks like the worst of it, it's actually still about to impact you off to your north and west. Outside of that, if we were to zoom out and take a peek across the northern part of the state, we have other cells that are popping up all the way up from Montmorency County, Oscoda, and there's a new warning. I'm about to go look at that actually. All the way down here through Gladwin County, as well as back down toward Isabella County. There's our new warning for Ogama. So we have tons of warnings flying in now. Well, let's go ahead and stay with the new warning just got issued here for, this is going to be for Ogama County. Wait for it to pop in, and we'll go over that real quick, and we'll scoot to the UP for the new cell. This is going to be $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Expires in 33 minutes. Damon included with that. It's going to be F28 Road, which is Rose City Road, Rose City, Fayette's Corner, all the way down here to almost Campbell's Corner. So again, severe warning, $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now up here in the UP, a new warning has been issued. This is going to be over here just north of Ironwood, quarter-sized hail for this warning in Gogebic and Ontonagon counties. So this is going to be for quarter-sized hail. Going to stay north of Bessemer, Wakefield, along M28 here toward Bergland. There's not really anything out ahead of this besides some roads. So Connerville, 519, 513, Presque Isle River, and Meriwether, as well as Tula. Those are the only towns I'm seeing. Go ahead and animate that just so you guys get a better idea for that trajectory. It is kind of putting south. So Bessemer, Wakefield, be alert for this. Ethelwood, Tula, and Thielers all in the path, potentially in the path of this warning up there in the western part of the UP. Now, going back down here to the other cells, we have cells popping up in Gladwin County as well as Clare County that are not currently severe, but they are growing, so perhaps we'll need to keep an eye on that closely. Further downstate, southeast Michigan, from the Thumb all the way down to Detroit, to Monroe, to Adrian, to Hillsdale, over to Kalamazoo. You guys are all in the clear, nothing on radar currently. A couple showers in Ottawa County as well as Kent County. They are not severe in nature. And that leads us back here to northern lower, where we have numerous cells that are popping up across the region. Little Red Yeti says, I am in Rose City. Well, I don't envy you. If you are safe, that is great. You should be in your safe place right now, away from windows, interior room, or basement. If you guys have reports, if you can do so safely, feel free to message the page directly. You can also drop a comment on one of our posts. Not this one. We can't see pictures or videos here on the stream, unfortunately. But we prefer you guys, if you're not going to use Messenger, use our group on Facebook called Michigan Weather Reports. It is our group that we made for you guys to drop your storm reports in. So utilize that, please, if you have Facebook. If not, you can always email me directly, ryan@michiganstormchasers.com. In the future, we may create a damage or reports email, but that is not currently active. I want to say this storm over Rose City. Rose City, you guys are... Okay, I'm gonna say it this way. If this storm doesn't move, you guys are in trouble. This is sitting directly over you and surrounding areas. There's already a flood advisory in effect. It potentially could go to a flash flood warning. This is not a good situation. The storm is pretty much stalled out and is now dumping copious amounts of rain over the Rose City area. If we look at the storm total for rainfall, we're going to probably see a hefty amount starting to pick up there in Rose City. Not yet, but it will. About an inch already here in Rose City. And you're probably going to have an inch, perhaps 3 or 4 inches more by the time this is done. So hopefully it weakens or it moves or something happens here that kicks it out of the way. But for right now, you guys need to be taking precautions if you live in low-lying areas across the Rose City region. Excuse me. West Branch, you're currently clear. Again, this storm was moving at a good clip south, and now it's kind of hanging out. So down by West Branch and Prescott areas, you guys may not get much out of this. But again, hopefully it kind of kicks up and starts to move again. But in the meantime, it is pretty much stationary. We're going to have to watch these cells down here in Clare and Gladwin counties as they're popping up and also could become severe in nature. So looks like things are blossoming here as we move toward the sunset hour, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm Ryan, Michigan Storm Chasers here. Welcome to hour number 3, coming up shortly, of our severe coverage part 2 of the day. Back up here to the UP, we can't forget there is a secondary, not really a secondary, but a second warning that was issued for Gogebic and Ontonagon counties. I usually don't have problems with these counties, but tonight I'm going to have an issue. Gogebic and Ontonagon counties, a severe warning for quarter-sized hail in effect for another hour. Expiration time would be 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. I am working things solo tonight, so bear with me if there's some slow gaps here in my talking. I apologize for those. But I'm doing pretty much everything myself tonight, from posting to streaming, radar. I'm a one-man show. So Joel is off on his weekend off, and got Chandler working behind the scenes a little bit. Otherwise, I'm a little solo today. So I got you guys covered, though. Luckily, we're not looking at a widespread severe threat, just kind of isolated in nature. And hopefully these cells can stay somewhat tame down here in Gladwin and Clare counties. But in the event they don't, we'll be here for it. Lost power for a second, now it's back. Is it heading toward West Branch? So the answer is yes and no. Short answer is yes, it is. But the long answer is not really, because it's moving so slowly. Even though it's somewhat close to you, the core of the storm, if you look closely, it's fairly stationary. Like, it's not moving very fast at all. So it's going to take a little bit of time to get to you. And by the time it does get to you, it may be fairly weak in nature. So let's hope it does stay weak. But yes, West Branch, I'd give it a half hour to an hour. You may see this storm impact you guys. Report coming in from Gaylord. Golf ball sized hail, public report of Ogemaw County in Rose City. So that has verified the considerable warning that was issued earlier. What is... Yeah, that was 7:05, so that's not a recent report. That was about 30 minutes ago. So that is verifying that considerable warning that was issued earlier tonight. Not surprised by that at all. How is Lupton? Lupton is actually clearing out of the rain as of the current time, but it could also back build. So right now you're clearing out, remain indoors, a lot of lightning out there. Don't want to get struck by lightning. There's a lot of that still around, but the bulk and the core of the storm is now off to your west and your south. So hopefully we're done in Lupton for the night. It's always kind of hard to depict and tell you guys what's going to happen with these stationary storms, because with the lack of wind shear out there tonight, there's nothing driving the storms. So it's not going to go east or south. It's just going to kind of sit there, and it may deviate and meander kind of in any direction. So it's kind of hard to say you could be done or you will be done, because I just don't know that for sure. It could definitely deviate back your way. So stay tuned. It's pretty stationary in nature. And this warning is continuing for $half size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Let's go ahead and refresh Drew, make sure he's not back with us. He is back with us. Go ahead and take him full. There we go. And of course, it's like as soon as I take him full, he freezes again. He is going to be just west of Rose City. He's on the backside of the cell. We'll leave him up there in that top right corner. Back over here to our other warning in the UP. This is a nice core on the UP cell in Gogebic and Ontonagon counties. The core of this is 12,000 feet on radar. Let's go up a couple of scans. It's not a bad core. It's good. 21,000 feet, definitely deserving of a severe warning. So kudos to Marquette for catching that cell as it moved into the western UP. Make sure my connections are good to go, which they are. Again, I'm doing things solo tonight, so I'm doing 15 different things by myself, so bear with me. The warning we're looking at here has now been upgraded to $half size. Just got upgraded a few minutes ago, actually just now, so I clicked it at the right time. $half size hail now for Gogebic and Ontonagon counties, western UP. This is moving slowly, moving along or just north of US 2 M28 here shortly. North Bessemer, Planter, Thomaston, Tula, Meriwether, Bergland, and Wakefield areas will be along or just south of the current projected track. This is one of the radar gaps we have here in the state of Michigan. We don't have a good look at the storm. I think Duluth is actually a little bit lower. This is 11, almost 12,000 feet. Duluth has a look at this at 7,000 feet. So this look is actually 4,000, almost 5,000 feet lower to the ground from the Duluth radar. Back down here to Rose City, and this is turning into, I don't want to say it, but more than likely a flood threat with this cell in the Rose City area. Let's take a look at our storm totals at this point. And yeah, that really increased over the past couple of scans. We're at 2.5 inches already now, just to the west of Rose City. With the cell being stationary, flash flooding is becoming my highest concern. Let's check out the, let's check out the scan on this. Animate that for you guys. I'm going to go back on my advanced radar further south here and take a peek at this. And go up in the updraft height to kind of see how tall the storm is. Yeah, it's still up over 20,000 feet. $25,000, so it's still very, very healthy. 31,000. Wow. This core is still upwards of 40,000 feet on that hail core. That is, again, a very strong, potent storm, likely producing some very large hail with this. And looks like that report out of Rose City has been confirmed with golf ball size hail via public. That's all it really says. Time was estimated by the radar. Looks like they have trimmed this back. It is now for ping pong ball size hail. Wasn't it $half? I think they upgraded this. So ping pong ball size hail now. Not surprised by that at all. This could also go considerable because that updraft is still very tall. We're talking 40,000 feet on the hail core of the storm. So that's going to be very, very potent in nature. These headphones are making me sweaty, so I'm going to take these off. I don't need them on. There's no sound. The warnings that do pop in have sound, but you guys should hear those just fine. All right, kind of post out there reminding people we're still live here. Sometimes our feed gets buried, so I wanted to remind people we are still live, and we are live. So, 2 warnings in the state currently. A couple areas are seeing storms. So the first warning is going to be for north central Ogama County for the Rose City area, as well as Damon, Fayette's Corner, ping pong ball size hail, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds with this. Rotation with the storm was present earlier, no longer is present. It's just primarily a hail threat secondary to wind. Flooding with this cell is likely going to be a concern as it is barely moving. As you look on the radar here, it's very, very slowly drifting off to the south, actually a bit southwest now on the latest couple of scans. So flooding a concern there. And also our second warning up in the UP, all the way over here to the Ironwood area, Gogebic and Ontonagon counties, $50 size hail and less than 50-mile-per-hour winds. So just a hail threat up there for that single cell impacting Gogebic and Ontonagon counties. No problem, Brent. Appreciate your kind words. What's up, Teddy? Good evening. Yeah, other areas are potentially seeing storms. Let's go ahead and go section by section. Here's Detroit radar. There's really not anything within Detroit's jurisdiction here. So Lenawee County, Monroe County, Detroit, Port Huron, Port Austin, Harbor Beach. There's nothing here on radar. You guys are A-OK, check mark, green check. West side of the state, we did have some showers. We still have some light showers around Hudsonville, Rockford areas. Those are obviously not severe. Could sprinkle on you. It shouldn't be a huge deal. Further north, though, we have a cell near Wheeler, Alma area. Also a couple cells up here in the Clare County, Glavin County, and obviously our Warren storm in Ogama County. Those are not severe, minus Ogama County. And then also up here near the Mayo area, another little shower has popped up there. Lake Breeze boundary is now evident on radar as it pushes closer to the radar beam in Gaylord. That could spark additional showers and storms close to that boundary. In the meantime, though, we'll watch that. UP, eastern part, nothing on radar besides a couple showers. The radar beam there getting refracted or perhaps bent by the water tower, I believe that is. That's a radar glitch. Also here by Ironwood and Gogebic and Ontonagon counties is your other warning for $50 size hail. Outside of that, 2 cells that are severe, a couple cells that are putting down some good rainfall rates that are not severe. Overall, nice, eventful Michigan summer evening here in Michigan. What's up, Alan? This is part 2 coverage. Yes, we were live this morning, just after 5 a.m. We were live for about, I think, hour and a half, 2 hours. We had a severe warning this morning. We were covering that. That was dropped off to about 45 minutes or so. And now we've been live. This is going on hour number 3 here. We're 3 hours and 8 minutes into this current stream. I'm tracking these cells since about 4:30 this afternoon. Any questions, guys? Feel free to pop them in chat. In the meantime, I'm going to refill my water as I'm getting a little bit low on mine. I'm Ryan here, working solo tonight. Got you guys covered. Running on about 4 hours of sleep in total. Potential long night ahead. Hopefully not a long night, but potential. This cell has a nice core. I want to put some attention on this UP cell. I don't believe we've been talking about this enough. This is just north of Wakefield, basically right over Highway 519 north of Thomaston. This is going to be Presque Isle Road, or Presque Isle Road, how you pronounce it. Cogebanque County, pushing close to Ontonagon County. The warning remains in effect until 8:30 p.m. Eastern, which is 7:30 p.m. Central. $half size hail is your only concern with it. And as you can see by the nice purples and pinks and blacks on radar, hail is definitely a factor with this storm. Excuse me. Hail tracker is outdated. Your CC, though, is not. And you can see the nice clutteration, as I add it to the dictionary, clutteration of your CC. That indicates we have larger raindrops, aka hailstones, falling. Ogama Emergency Management posted there could be rotation in the Ogama County storm. I just looked at that. I didn't see any. I do see a hook developing, though. Yep, there it is. Lo and behold, rotation is developing. Good catch there. On the west side of Rose City. This is going to be just south of Rose City Road and west of Fairview Road. This is going to be a little bit of broad developing rotation here. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. And with that, we are going to take in our... There we go. Perfect. We're going to pop open Drew. And we're going to try and refresh Drew's stream. Thank you for that super chat, Northside Billy. Appreciate you. Let's go ahead and refresh Drew now. Let's see if it comes back. Indeed, we have Drew back. I'm just going to leave my refresh button on my screen here. We clicked it like 100 times today. We're just going to roll it like this. If you can tell, it looks like Drew is in the desert, honestly. It's a very rural back road of Ogama County that Drew is in. And he is to the north of that rotation that is developing. So I'm not sure what direction he's going. Looks like he's going, I'm going to say east, I think. I'll wait for his dot to update to verify. But he's going to be just to the west and north of Rose City near Damon. Try and get a location on him momentarily. But yeah, rotation is definitely coming back with this storm. We're going to watch that carefully. That's going to be your red and green colors that are there. It's almost clutter again. I want to see the red color in a bit darker DBZ, like a yellow or orange color. It's kind of in the green. We talked about this on the previous storm that was rotating there about an hour ago. Yeah, this is looking to start the same way, where that rotation is starting off and it's kind of looking like it's kind of cluttered, kind of side lobe as we call it. So if this continues to strengthen, it could increase further. But right now it looks to be on the weaker side of things. Let's cross our fingers and hope that continues to be the trend. Yeah, as long as Drew he knows what he's doing. I trust him, but I see those muddy roads. And I'm like, hey, don't get stuck, Drew. It's a long way up there. Latest scan, that hook is actually quite impressive. Very impressive, in fact. That is a insane looking hook. And yes, it is intensifying slowly. And we're going to lost Drew. We're going to leave that up there, though, so I can refresh him. Let's go ahead and take a look back here at the good old Gogebic and Ontonagon warning. $half size hail continues, as this cell is still directly over 519, aka I believe it's Presque Isle Road, which it is Presque Isle Road, just north of Wakefield. That's going to be your core of that storm, moving off to the east and pretty much due east movement, maybe deviating north and south slightly. But mostly due east toward Berglund, as well as, zooming in here, M28, Tula, Merriweather, in line for this cell. Yeah, that rotation is increasing further south here. Let's go ahead and take a look back at this. In the meantime, I'm going to refresh Drew. Cross your fingers and hope he comes back. He is not back, but we'll leave him up there just in case. Yeah, it's very, it's organizing itself very well, and it's a very well-defined hook too. So hopefully it doesn't intensify further. There's enough wind shear up there with that lake breeze boundary in the vicinity where this could try to spin something up there. And latest scan actually is quite impressive in nature. The greens on this are a little bit more intense than our last storm. So this, if it gets any tighter, I don't want to say it, but perhaps could use a warning, a red polygon. But it's not overly tight just yet. But it is a little bit more intense than the last couple that we had. So you're looking at the east cell in Ogama County. Currently warned for ping pong ball size hail. This is heading pretty much south and a little bit east, just west of Rose City, north of West Branch. Yes, Drew is on this storm. He is north of the area of interest. I believe he's just trying to find a road, truthfully. The roads up there are just not in abundance. So that means 2 tracks, trails, dirt roads, back roads, the whole 9. And we lost Drew there. We'll get him back here again in a minute. Again, service up there is not that great. So we'll get him back here. Just bear with us. Ryan, will a storm near Rose City merge with the one near Gladwin? Let's take a look at that here in just a second. I want to wait for the new scan to kind of pop in here just to get a better idea what this storm is doing. We'll look at the mergers here coming up soon. The last merger we had didn't really do much of anything. So we'll see if any new mergers can happen. And if usually mergers, they do one of two things. They either A, they kill the storm completely, or or should I say B, they can sometimes cause a storm to rotate harder. New warning incoming, it appears. My headphones are off, so I didn't hear it come in, but I saw it pop in there. Looks like they added a possible tornado tag, and indeed they did. Ping pong ball size hail, and we're also talking possible tornado as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. This warning is in effect for the west central part of Ogama County. In effect for 48 minutes, puts us at 8:48 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a severe warning, which is a base tag. It also contains a possible tornado tag with it. Ping pong ball size hail is your main concern with this storm. If it goes up any further, it'd be golf ball size hail, and that is a considerable level 2 tag. All right, let's go ahead and refresh Drew and hopefully cross our fingers so you can get him back here. And no. Try one more time. And while it refreshes, I will pop myself back on screen and also get the latest graphic posted. Again, if you're just tuning in, I am working solo this evening, so I'm doing graphic posting, update posting, etc., etc. So bear with me as I try to navigate 15 screens all at once. If I do stop talking, I do apologize. I try to be as fluent as possible, but some things do require attention. All right, let's go ahead and get this back rolling, shall we? I gotta add this text real quick to it. Alrighty. So, latest scan here. Let's go ahead and take a refresh of Drew, and if he doesn't pop in, we'll go ahead and take a peek at the radar and dive right back into this warning. It appears that Drew is not connecting back with us. Let's go ahead and take a look back here at the radar. Let's go ahead and move this back over, and there we go. Perfect. All right, this is going to be your new warning, this new polygon that is in effect here down toward West Branch, almost to... It is actually brushing I-75 there up to Rose City and back over here to Roscommon County line. Possible tornado tag with this. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible as well. And as well the main hazard of ping pong ball size hail. Now, the storm, someone asked a question about merging, and the answer is yes. These storms are actually merging right now as we speak. We'll see what happens. This cell also down here in Clare is looking pretty decent, still hanging out, not really moving too much. Localized flooding possible there. And then also down here near Wheeler and Alma, that storm is still hanging out in Gratiot County. So with that said, popping back up here to the to the western UP in the Marquette area, Wakefield, just north of Wakefield. This is a very potent storm that is continuing to trek eastward toward Bergland along M28. $half size hail is the hazard. That warning remains in effect until 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Outside of that, if you're tuning in here, Southeast Michigan, the radar in Southeast Michigan is clear, all the way from Port Austin to Port Huron to Flint to Ann Arbor to Adrian to Monroe to Detroit. Clear. Lansing, clear. Jackson, Kalamazoo, clear. A couple light showers affecting the northern metro Grand Rapids area, otherwise clear. The furthest south shower, perhaps storm, is sitting in between Alma and Wheeler, just north of M46. So if you are south of M46, you are pretty much dry tonight, so no worries down there. Go to bed. If you're north, though, the threat for isolated severe storms continues primarily on the lake breeze, which is on the east half of northern lower. So over here by Traverse City, Manistee, Frankfort, Cadillac, and Big Rapids, you guys should be okay for the time being. Over here on the east side, though, this one area, we're going to call it a nice little bubble of storms that extends from Ogama County down to about Gratiot County, is the area to keep an eye on. And the good news with this is they're not moving fast, so it's not going to travel over a large distance and traverse many counties. It's going to stay pretty much stationary and affect very localized areas. So if you're not currently in or near a storm, you likely are going to stay dry unless something else pops up. UP, we talked about that just a minute ago. The eastern half of the UP, just some light showers in some spotty areas. Otherwise, the one storm in the western UP is currently severe warned for $half size hail. They just updated that. Continues for $half size hail. Expires in a half hour. Let's go ahead and take a peek at our total storm precipitation. There's your rainfall. And luckily, looks like Rose City got spared of the heaviest. Looks like it's moving out of the area. Still got 2 or 3 inches out of that, though, so a good soaker for you guys up there. I'd love to see that. And with this storm, I cannot forget to mention there is a possible tag for a tornado involved. But the good news that I've seen with the latest couple scans is the rotation with this is on the broad, weaker side of things. So I did try to spin something up there. You can kind of see it kind of dance with the reds and greens there. And now it's either cycling or it's weakening. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that and play it by ear. Let's go ahead and try to refresh Drew and get him back in here. Cross your fingers. Do we have Drew? We do have Drew. Flash flood warning now in effect. Flash flood warning is now in effect. Rose City areas. Did that pop on your screen for you guys? I heard the noise. I didn't see anything pop up though. This dark green box here on your screen is a flash flood warning. We just got done talking about the rainfall. It says a Doppler radar indicating thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of a ½ inch to 1.5 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard is flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Turnaround: don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Key word there. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. In a hilly terrain, there are hundreds of low-lying or low-water crossings, which are potentially dangerous in heavy rain. Do not attempt to cross flooded areas. Be aware of your surroundings. Do not drive on flooded roadways. Always important to remind ourselves of that. It's typical common knowledge, but in case you don't know, do not drive through flooded roadways. It is the worst possible idea you could ever have. That rotation looks to be trying to cycle through again, but I don't think it's going to be successful. It doesn't appear to be overly organized. I'm surprised, but also not surprised how long this storm is hanging out. All the storms earlier today, they've really been just kind of pulse in nature. Like they're not really sustaining themselves. And this one has just kind of continued on for, where are we at? Like an hour and a half now, if not longer than that. It's actually kind of interesting how the storm is just maintaining its strength. All right. I'm going to try and get Drew back on here again. Refresh stream. Nada. Yeah, Rose City's on the backside of this storm now. Likely still raining there, likely still getting some thunder and lightning. But for the most part, you guys are out of the worst, at least as of this current moment. West Branch here, loud but no lightning. Close to you guys. West Branch is right here. And the heaviest of storms is just off to your north. So let's go ahead and animate this. It is moving slowly your direction, so West Branch, be on deck for this. Like we said about a half hour ago, West Branch would be impacted or around that time if it traverses a little bit further south, which it has. But the core of this is still very slow moving. Got a picture coming in from one of our colleagues just south of West Branch. He is looking north at the cell. It's got a nice healthy shelf cloud on it. Looks like an inflow tail as well. So it looks like the storm is taking on new inflow, which means it's a very healthy storm. Well, let's go ahead and take a peek as I get my footing here. There we go. Relaxation. Let's go north. Back to our severe warning up in the UP. This is probably one of the slowest moving cells I've seen in my life. The text says moving east at 20. I would suggest less than that, 5 to 10 miles per hour. This is barely... I mean, I guess it's moving. It's just very slow moving. So Berglund on deck with this. Tula, Meriwether on deck as well. M28 corridor over toward Matchwood. This is a likely large hail producer. The warning continues for $half size hail. And you can definitely tell the core of that storm is very healthy in nature. So Berglund, Matchwood, Tula, Lake Gogebic, Ontonagon County, and Gogebic County. Severe warning continues for 20 minutes at least. We'll likely see an extension of that over here in toward Matchwood and the M28 corridor further toward US 45. The rotation with the storm that is currently warned in Ogama is weak. It has weakened out pretty much entirely. Keeping a close eye on things across the area here. Nice little showers popped up just to the east of Rockford down here in Kent County. A bit heavier in nature. This cell is still sitting between Alma and Wheeler, just kind of hanging out there, barely moving. That is thanks to very little wind shear to steer these storms in one direction. This warning continues in Ogama County for 33 more minutes, expires at 8:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Hazard is ping pong ball size hail, as well as ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds and a possible tornado. The rotation with this has weakened out considerably. Looking at velocity, there you go. You can see the rotation was back here, that red and green kind of coming together, has all but fizzled out and is now very broad and weak in nature. Looks like we have a new report coming in near Clear Lake. Golf ball size hail. Or sorry, nope, that's rain. I misread that. Rain of 1.75 inches. I apologize. Pea-size hail reported as well. So forget that. The core of the Ogama storm has been impressive all evening long. It continues to be impressive. "22,000 feet solid core. 27,000 feet is pretty solid as well. So this core is still, it's weaker than what it was, but it's still hanging out at severe criteria. So not surprised they continue this for ping pong ball size hail. Drew is still on that storm. I see he's back with us. Might as well go ahead and take him full. A little bit laggy. Let's refresh that real quick. Yes, goofball size rain is golf ball. So we have a flood advisory and a flood, or sorry, the bright green is a flood advisory. Let's try that again. The bright green is a flood advisory. The yellow polygon's a severe warning, and the dark green's a flash flood warning. So technically, we have a flood advisory within a flash flood warning within a severe thunderstorm warning. Rose City has all the alerts tonight. Luckily, though, Rose City, aside from the ongoing flooding that could be occurring there, the worst of the storm is off to your south. There's still a lot of lightning, so it's best to stay indoors until the storm is completely out of the area. So do not go outdoors. You are still very close, in close proximity to the storm, and you'll likely be safer. You will be safer if you remain indoors until the storm is completely out of the area or has weakened considerably. Bergland is on deck for this cell in Ontonagon County, just north of Lake Gogebic. The core of this storm is in two counties now. It's basically in the little indentation of Gogebic, which is this county right here, and Ontonagon, which is up here. It's about to cross directly, completely over into Ontonagon. I would expect this to be extended further east as well. This core is still very healthy. Take a peek at this on advanced radar and get a better idea of how tall this core is. There is a ton of lightning. Can I switch this over? I can. Look at how much lightning is on that UP storm. That is a literal ton. It's an electric storm. I'm here, though, to see how tall this core is. Let's go up to, that's 45,000 feet. It's not quite there. Let's go down one. There's 36,000. 28,000, so it's still a severe criteria. Yeah, so it's there. Quarter size hail, maybe some half dollars in there for sure. But that is a literal ton of lightning. That's crazy. There's also a lot of lightning here at this storm in Ogama County too. I want to say thank you guys for tuning in. I am Ryan, Michigan Storm Chasers. We're live for any and all severe weather in the state of Michigan, whether it's hail, wind, tornadoes, sometimes even landspouts. We are live for them here in the state. We do not miss warnings. If there is a warning in the state, we are live. So if you guys do not see our account live, you guys are most likely A-okay. So with that said, we've been live going on almost 4 hours here in about 20 minutes. Like I said, I'm Ryan, and I'm working solo tonight. I'm usually alongside Joel or Drew, but in the meantime, Drew's out chasing tonight, and Joel's got the night off. So you got me, perhaps an appearance of Chandler later. New warning incoming, though, for primarily Ontonagon County. Quarter-size hail in effect. They have went ahead and extended that warning. That's expected. Right along the M28 corridor, Matchwood, Bergland, Baltimore, Bruce Crossing, Ewan, Matchwood, Topaz. I thought Ewan was over here. Huh. My bad. I believe I've actually said like Ewan a few times, referring to the Eastern UP. I gotta make a mental note of that. Ewan's in the Western UP. So anyway, this storm is very potent in nature. Quarter-size hail, we just looked at the core of this. It's likely producing quarter-size hail. Perhaps a bit larger in some spots, but in the meantime, quarters for sure. And the new warning, does reflect that. Now, back on down here to our very tiny severe warning. They continue this or update this at all recently? They have not. So this warning continues for 27 more minutes. And this storm is still hanging out pretty strong and severe in nature. Ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds is your hazard. West Branch, you literally are, you're probably getting rained on, but you're getting like the very edge of the storm. It's like it's teasing you. It's kind of it's definitely a tease. There we go. Got some emails coming in from viewers regarding the flooding. So thank you to Monique. Sorry, I must have Monica. Monique, thank you for that. Appreciate your support and your report. Moving is pretty much south. Really just kind of deviating, kind of like a wispy south, southeast, southwest. It's definitely, it's almost stationary in nature. Yeah, so Rose City still on the edge of that as well. Luckily, if you guys are probably done with most of the majority of the rain for this storm, unless it meanders back to the north. In the meantime, I'd be alert West Branch, M33 corridor, Campbell's Corners, Selkirk, Elbow Lake, Skidway Lake on deck for this storm. They have continued the warning for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter size hail. We're back down to a base severe warning. So no more ping pong ball size hail, no more possible tag for a tornado. We are now at 60 mile per hour winds and quarter size hail. So that's good news. Let's try and get Drew back in here. Looks like a negative. Public reports flash flood in Houghton. Yes, that is correct. I got a video of that. I wonder if the same person reported that. Flash flood, yeah, Houghton Creek near Rose City. That's, I think, the video I just got. Yep. So we have some confirmed flooding ongoing there in the Rose City area. That is not a surprise by any means, hence why there's a flash flood warning in effect. Outside of this storm, everything else is weakening. It's going to take back our radar down here in Kenton County. It's still a shower. This up here by Alamo Wheeler still hanging out. There is somebody, very select few people here near Shepherd, Porter, Co. winning the rain lottery currently. It's just sitting over the exact same areas. So some farmers are going to wake up very happy. Other farmers are going to wake up very sad. So it looks like we only have 2 dominant storms now in the state to keep an eye on, and that hopefully that's going to be the trend here. I believe, I'm going to make a guess, I think this one's on its way out, truthfully, in Ogama County. This one, I mean, the core of it's still very healthy, don't get me wrong. A lot of lightning still with the storm, but the core of this is not as tall as it once was. It's still tall enough to warrant concern for hail, yes, but that hail core is now well below 25,000 feet. So with that said, I believe this storm may be collapsing on itself, which means it's dying. And also with that, I'm going to take back my one panel, and I can actually do this, which you guys can't see. I apologize. I'm talking to myself at this point. Yeah, the echo tops on this storm are coming down. This storm is collapsing. So I believe our Ogama cell has about probably a half hour worth of perhaps a half hour worth of life left. By life, I mean strong or severe weather in nature. After that, I think the storm will be probably dead in about an hour or 2. That's my guess. So I think Ogama County is about to be spared from any more rain or thunder and lightning here soon. I'm getting tired. So spared from any more severe weather. Goodness gracious. And also checking back in up here in the UP, that warning was extended as we talked about 10 minutes ago or so. This is still in effect for quarter-sized hail. Berkland's on deck, Matchwood, as well as Ewan, Bruce Crossing, Gem, and Painesville. Merriweather is about to be hammered, as well as Bergland. This is mostly going to be in Ontonagon County. Drew is reporting quarter to golf ball size hail. Let me get a location on him. I see he's back with us. He is just north of West Branch. And now he is gone. I'll go ahead and refresh his feed here and just make sure it's not on our end, and I'll go ahead and get back to radar. Let's go ahead and get back to radar here. I'm going to work on getting Drew's pictures up. Again, I'm working solo tonight. So bear with me here as I do numerous things solo. That will be up momentarily. Typing it out right now. This will be a picture of hail. It appears to be golf ball size in diameter. All right, that picture is going up right now. I'm about to hit send on this. It is sent. And I'm going to tag NWS Gaylord in that. So this storm is likely still producing very large hail just north of West Branch. So treat this as if it were still producing severe hail. It is definitely severe for sure, but the warning, even though it was dropped down to quarter, looks like we still have ping pong to golf ball size hail still falling here. Picture is uploaded, by the way. Facebook, X, Instagram, and Threads. There we go. Perfecto. So Drew is sitting right here, just north of West Branch. He's that green dot I just clicked on. Quarter to golf ball size hail coming out of that storm currently. The warning continues for quarter size hail, but obviously reports coming in are a bit larger than that. So take that in mind. If you're in West Branch, probably a good idea to get inside. You don't want to take the first golf ball or perhaps quarter on your head. Got Drew back with us. All right, this severe warning continues. Ogama County, 15 more minutes. Also, our other storm that is currently severe up there in Ontonagon County. We're going to also mention the very far northern part of Gogebic, but primarily Ontonagon counties are going to be the primary affected areas. Bergland along M28 over toward Matchwood and Ewan, as well as Bruce Crossing. Animating this, it's almost on a due eastern track. Perhaps a bit of a southward movement to that storm as well. Very potent storm moving through the western part of the UP. Yes, Megan, this did. Although yesterday was Alpena and Alcona counties, today it's been primarily Ogama, as well as portions of Oscoda and Alcona counties. Go check out the hail with that storm. Post on the page. Apologize for that. All right, they have additional tweaks to the warnings coming in here. They have continued this warning over Bergland and Matchwood up the size of hail from quarter to now $half. The $half was the original size of the first warning issued further to the west. So they have re-upped that to $half size. And also with Drew's report of quarter to golf ball size hail, they have also upped this warning now to ping pong ball. So it was dropped back to quarters. It is now back to ping pong ball size hail. And yeah, with that storm collapsing on itself, I will say as it collapses, it can and likely will produce larger hail as it does so. Although the core of the storm actually looks like it's actually back building. And you can definitely tell this is definitely becoming a little bit more organized once again in the lower levels. Yeah, this definitely is. It's shrinking, which is good. So it's not as big of a storm as it was. But the bad news is it is likely about to hail itself out, which likely means larger hailstones are about to come down. I see your comment, Janelle. I'm running on about 3 or 4 hours and probably not going to get any sleep tonight. So we're about to enter hour 4 of this part 2 coverage stream today. We live as long as it takes. Either A, this storm is over, or B, the storm is weakened completely to a point where we're no longer concerned for severe weather. I got my dinner. It's been about 2.5 hours since the last ate. Also, Drew's report has already been local storm reported. Train spotter reporting 1.5 inch hail. So it looks like they saw the picture and they went ahead and confirmed that it's ping pong ball size hail. So that's about right. Yeah, there we during I think the first like hour of the coverage stream we did here, Canada had a severe warning in Ontario, and they use their coin system as well to communicate hail size. Like we use dime, penny, quarter, $half. Well, Canada communicates it as toonie size hail, which is roughly the size of a quarter. Just about, I think it's a bit larger than a quarter. I think there's a loonie, which is 1, and a toonie, which is a $2. So it's like, I think it's just a tad bit larger than a quarter, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds with this storm continues. West Branch is being spared of the worst of it still. Campbell's Corners, Selkirk up here. The core of this is over Clear Lake Road and Fairview Road. Also, continuing to cover both these storms back and forth here in the UP, this storm continues to be very potent in nature. Over Bergland, heading toward Matchwood. M28 corridor, $half size hail. The wind threat with this is minimal. The warning has not been dropped. There are still 2 warnings in effect here. The same 2 storms are hanging out. I still think Ogama is on its way out. It's on a weakening trend. Although the Echo Tops are trying to build back up, so I maybe spoke too soon on that. The hail marker on the Ogama cell is 2.43 inches on GR2. And you can definitely tell with the core of this storm, this is at 17,000 feet. If you go down to the surface, you can tell it's not all the way making it to the surface here. The core is definitely there, but as we go up in height, it just kind of becomes a bit, a bit more condensed, a bit more noticeable here. This is at 17,000 feet. So that's what's still left to fall here, 22,000 feet. Let's go even higher. Let's go up here, 27,000 feet. And I believe there's where you're going to cut off about 33,000 feet. So the core of this is still producing very large hail. And the marker on the radar indication, which is AI guess essentially, is 2.43 inches. And that's located pretty much directly over the intersection of Clear Lake Road and Fairview Road. West Branch still getting skirted by the worst of this. If this storm continues on its southern track, the core of this storm will likely impact West Branch. So what I mean by that is if we kind of take back the radar here, you can see West Branch there on the left side of your screen. You can kind of see it's been skirted by the majority of heavy rain off to the east, but the core of this is moving pretty much due south here toward West Branch. So you guys may have, sprinkles and light rain, and you guys may get slammed by some hail here in about 15 minutes or so. If it holds together. Very loud thunder in West Branch, says Jaina. I believe it. I believe it. Let's go ahead and check the... what? Let's go ahead and get Drew back on here. Left side of your screen there, I can't tell... It doesn't look organized to me, truthfully, but of course I don't have the full view of that. It looks like it could be a unorganized wall cloud, but it also could be like a inflow tail or a scud or a shelf cloud. Very interesting though, regardless. Northwoods Laurel, thank you for covering the UP storm. I was able to notify my sister who lives right in the storm area, and that is where it's headed. Awesome. Good to hear it. I know our viewership from the UP is not as high as the LP, but we appreciate you guys who do tune in from the UP and also alert your friends and family who do live up there, as we do cover all 83 counties. We don't get as much severe weather up there. And areas that do get impacted typically aren't very populated, so it doesn't take that much in the way of coverage up there, but we do still cover it. So appreciate your support. Drew is sitting in Ogama County on the other severe warning down further state in West Branch, that general area. New warning incoming. New warning incoming now. Ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Source is a trained weather spotter. I bet that's Drew out there giving us the good old report. Text of the warning says trained weather spotters is your source. Ping pong ball size hail. The storm has a history of producing ping pong to golf ball size hail, moving south at 10 miles per hour. This is likely because of Drew's report, so I have to assume at least. New warning includes West Branch all the way down here toward Ogemaw Springs. I'm trying to find a town or something. This is going to be Cook Road, just south of 75. All the way down here to Layham Road. Or is it Lemon? Brow Road? I don't even know. I'm getting so many road names here. Lake George and Lemon Road. Lehman. Go ahead and take back my full screen here. The new polygon is going to be replacing the old warning that expires in 2 minutes. The storm is on its way out, but before it goes, it is dumping its hail and likely a lot of heavy rain, perhaps some wind with it as well. Warning text is 60 mile per hour winds and ping pong ball size hail. Source is trained weather spotters. We have Drew out there giving us the real-time report that, hey, we do have hail falling with this storm. So thank you to Drew for confirming the hail size with this. Appreciate him being out there chasing today. Also, keep talking about the UP cell. Matchwood about to be impacted by this storm. Hail core now just south of south of M28 here, about to impact the Matchwood area. Let's go ahead and take back Drew's screen and go from there. Very nice defined rain shield, perhaps some hail in there. It's a very, very sharp cutoff there. It's very interesting. That storm in the UP is over 50,000 feet. Watching that one on behind the scenes radar. Very impressive storms tonight. Lehman. Thank you, Albert. Let's check further downstate. And everything's weakening. Really, just two storms dominating now. So if you happen to live in 81 of the 83 counties of Michigan, you are pretty much all clear. In the meantime, Ogemaw County, they got a severe storm, as well as Ontonagon and parts of Gogebic County as well, under severe warning. So 80 out of the 83 counties are all clear for right now from severe weather. Hopefully these storms can weaken and die fairly soon, because I am getting very tired and I want to nap at some point. But dedication is beginning to end. I'll be live until these storms are no longer warned or they've weakened to a point where they're dead. Checking on the Ogemaw County cell, I believe we're still seeing that cell on its way out. I truly believe that still. Although, yeah, the echo tops are below 50,000 feet now, so we're kind of still hanging out right on 40 to 50,000. It was over 50,000 earlier, so we're still slowly coming down. Check on the core of this, going up in height again. Yeah, definitely not as defined of a hail core. This is definitely on a weakening trend for the time being, at least. Yep, it is. So that's good news here. It continues to shrink as well. So that's good news for Ogama County. In the meantime, though, it continues. And if you live in West Branch, I want to stress this. West Branch may be about to be impacted by the core of the storm, which may contain hail that could be up to up to ping pong ball size and diameter. This was about 15 minutes ago or so. Drew, our chaser up there in the top right, confirmed at least ping pong ball size hail just to your north of West Branch. That core, same storm moving into West Branch proper. So do keep that in mind. If you are in West Branch, it's best to get your cars in their garages if you can. Protect yourself, get inside, away from windows, get to a low floor if you can. Hail is the primary concern with the storm. Also keep that in mind. We could have some damaging wind with it, but the wind risk, I believe, is much lower in nature than the hail risk. Also want to point out the fact that for the first time in what feels like forever, the radar indication of the hail size is now below severe limits. So hopefully that continues. Hopefully that's a good trend for West Branch here. Of course, there's still probably some hail falling there. Hopefully get an update from Drew. But in the meantime, the radar is picking up on the weakening trend with the storm as well. I do believe we are seeing the last life, the last breath, so to speak, of the Ogama County cell. In the meantime, though, be aware in West Branch, you still have a nice hail core that is heading your way. It is on the weakening trend, yes, but still potential of large hail still falling out of the updraft of the storm. Be alert for that. In the meantime, I'm going to take Drew full. I'm going to pop myself off the screen, and I'm going to try to eat my dinner here while I have a brief second to talk and to kind of pop off and stuff my face, so to speak, off camera. In the meantime, I'll take Drew full here. I will say latest scan there does also decrease our core of the storm, and I still believe we're seeing the storm on its way out. So with that said, I'm going to mute myself for about 2 minutes maybe, and we'll take Drew here, and hopefully Drew stays connected. And for reference, he is sitting just a little bit to the east and a bit north of West Branch. The warning for Ontonagon and Gogebic counties has been downed to quarter size in diameter. Excuse me. That was at $half, is now down to quarters again. I believe I bumped my audio, so I'm going to get that back up. If I'm quieter, I apologize. It should be fixed here in a second. There we go. It should be fixed. So both storms are weakening, which is really good news. Let's hope that trend continues. And now back to Drew. All right. Food is downed, and we should be good to go for another 2 or 3 hours. If need be. Hopefully, we're not live for another 2 or 3 hours. I think we'll be off here pretty soon, though. These storms are weakening. The West Branch storm here, you can tell it's shrinking. The core is still confined to a very small portion of that storm. I believe West Branch, though, unfortunately, if you're watching from the West Branch area or live in West Branch, you are likely about to be impacted by some hail. I'm not sure how big it's going to be because the core has weakened, but I still think West Branch you're in for some hail, truthfully. So that is one. Trail Goat, peace. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Over here in the western part of the UP, this core on this storm continues in the Matchwood area, heading up toward the Bruce Crossing, Ewan, and Baltimore areas momentarily. I'm going to take a peek at this storm in the upper levels to see what it's doing. And the unfortunate part is it is still, it's actually kind of borderline, 23,000 feet or so. So it's not overly tilting severe. It's there. It's just not, blowing my socks off. So we'll see what they do with that. If that continues to weaken, perhaps a extension coming of another warning or perhaps a statement. My cross fingers are for statement, so I can take a quick break here and get a break between coverage streams if need be. I also note that we have more storms popping up now toward Ontonagon over Lake Superior. We'll have to watch those for severe weather as well. So I'm hoping we get a break here soon. What does that warning expire? I think it's 8:30 or so. Yeah, 19 minutes. So the new warning is in effect until 9:15 Eastern, 8:15 Central. And this cell down here in West Branch, it has been downgraded to quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's go and take a peek at the other cell down here. We'll go ahead and do a complete capture of the window just so you guys can see what I'm looking at too. What I'm looking at with this cell is just kind of getting an idea of how tall this storm is, or at least was. And you can actually see where that was. I got like a little bit of a spice in my salad dressing that really set me off for a loop there. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at this storm. And we're going to slice this over. Can I share this by chance? I can. There is your 3D slice of this storm. Now, it was up and over 50,000 feet. And if you can tell, we are now down to about 40,000 feet, maybe upwards of 42 or 43,000 feet. So this storm is coming down. And what I mean by that is the updraft is collapsing, and this is not going to hang out much longer. So the good news is it's on its way out. There we go. Velocity looks pretty tame. Love to see that. And the hail marker on this is now down to pea size. Perhaps they're going to drop this warning soon. Fingers are crossed. West Branch, you are lucking out. You are lucking out from this a lot. Because this was heading your direction, and now it looks like it's weakening significantly. So, looks like you are catching a break from the heaviest of hail there. To your north, we had golf ball size reports. And now it looks like it's going to be down to pea size. So good news there. This warning should be expired. This is in effect until 9:30. So I'm going to guess they're going to expire this early before 9:30 at some point. I don't know exactly when, but definitely before 9:30. Unless it re-intensifies, but I don't see that happening. Drew's back with us. Let's go ahead and take him full. He is, again, in the Ogama County area. Sunset. Nice little picture there in the woods. Speaking of sunset, I am going to X out of my other radar software. I'm going to load up our camera network. And let's take a peek across the state at the sunset and see if we have anything good. I probably should also look at the aurora data because we have chances of the northern lights tonight too. Pop that on real quick. Okay. Not bad. Ooh, yeah, good sunset tonight. Let's go ahead and take a peek at this. Wait for the other cameras to load in here. There they are. All right, let's go ahead and knock this out. Back to my screen. There we go. Nice sunset out there. Now what happened? What happened with that? I had it. It went away. Let's try that again. Ooh. The Crystal Lake camera here is looking real good. Can I pop this out now? It doesn't let me do that. Interesting. Anyway, I'll get that loaded in here just a second. There we go. There we go. All right. Look at there in Adrian. Got the Allegan camera from Cole Concrete. Adrian camera was by Midas Auto Service Experts, as well as Adrian Sign Company. Cole Concrete and Allegan. Got the Blissfield camera from Stitches and Stems. Got the Miracles Landscape Supply in Centerville. Charlotte Fire Department. That's a good view there, courtesy of the Charlotte Fire Department. Mirestone Ranch in Chelsea. Our new cameras installed yesterday from Allcom in Walled Lake area. The Crystal Lake camera, courtesy of Crystal Lake House Vacation Rentals, Airbnb there. Dearborn camera. That's a nice view there. Even an airplane going on there. That's cool. By the airport there. Got the Apex Restoration camera in Grand Blanc. This is north. We also have a south camera there. There's your sunset. Harbor Beach. Probably my favorite camera, to be truthful with you guys. This is probably my favorite camera out of everything. It's just a view. You can't beat this. Beautiful sunset there. Holland. This is actually a close second, I think. I think I like Holland a lot. It's going to be a good view here. Thank you to Busher Septic Tank Excavating for putting the camera up for us. Raptor Industries in Hudson. North camera and also our south camera. And there is the full moon. Check that out. That is the full sturgeon moon coming up on the horizon, and that is deserving of a post. We talked about the sturgeon moon today on the page, and there it is. Old Stone Porch, the wedding venue there. Storm Guard Roofing and Construction out of Lake Orion. The Rogers Neighborhood Realty in Lowell. Manistee Cam North and Manistee Cam West, courtesy of the Hampton Inn there. We got Jessica Massey, State Farm agent there in Niles. Great Lakes Pondscapes in Paw Paw. Those are one of the two newest cameras we have. Electronic Tech Solutions. It's just a beautiful night out there. What's the scoop in Six Lakes? This is our newest camera, sneak peek at our newest camera here. And I'll go ahead and pop this off your screen. This is courtesy of Fawn River HVAC out of Sturgis. This is just installed today from Guardian Technologies. This is facing to the northwest. This is our newest camera. We'll be posting that next couple of days here. So with that said, we have, I think, another camera here. Yes, the Safety Glasses USA out of Three Rivers. Valley Farms, there is the moon once again. We also got the Burton camera from Guardian HQ. And then the Wolverine camera up there in northern Lower Michigan. Those are all the cameras. We got 31 of our cameras online. And it is a network that is coming together very, very quickly. So thank you to all of our sponsors who do our cameras, as well as Guardian Technologies for hosting a few of our cameras and also installing all the equipment for us. So anyway, back to the radar. The reason I'm kind of taking a little bit of a break there is because this storm in West Branch is on its way out. In fact, I would be surprised if they continue this warning any longer than, we're going to say 9:15. They should be dropping that here relatively soon. The core of this is just not looking impressive. It looks like it's a general shower now. I am not impressed at all. But of course, they're the ones who are the official experts up there. I can't talk. At NWS Gaylord. So, with that said, it is their discretion. And as I'm talking, they drop the warning. You guys watching me? Gaylord, you guys watching us? Just out of curiosity. Warning has been dropped. There is now a flood advisory in effect, though, for West Branch. So keep that in mind. We could see some localized flooding. But no longer a warning for Ogama County. That means our attention is now shifting north, as there is nothing further south that is currently on radar or warned besides this one storm that just got dropped. So that means our attention is now shifted to one storm in Ontonagon County. Let's take a travel trip back up here to Marquette's region. And there it is. This storm actually, the core of this is not as organized as the past couple times we peeked at this. It is moving in toward Bruce Crossing over Baltimore and Ewan right now. Gem, Painesville, North Painesville, Agate, Trout Creek, and Kenton would be next on deck. I am going to cross my fingers for a statement extension of this instead of a warning because I want to take a break. So if they statement this instead, I'm going to pop out of here and take as long of a break as I can before perhaps part 3 coverage begins. We've been live for 4.5 hours here, plus about 2 hours this morning. Overall, not a very widespread day, but impactful for those that did receive storms and rain. Let's take a peek at this once again, going up in height. Okay, 26,000 feet looks okay. 20,000 feet. This may get statemented. This may actually get a statement instead of a warning on this. I'm actually hopeful. Might be end of the stream here in about 8 minutes. We'll see. Fingers are crossed. If this is extended, either a statement or a warning, it's probably going to be for the very far south and east corner of Ontonagon County, as well as portions of southern Houghton, should I say, northwestern Iron, and maybe the southwestern part of Baraga County. So just for reference, this is Houghton County right here. This is Iron County right here. This is Baraga County. And obviously this is Ontonagon. Hallelujah. We can hop out of here in a few minutes. Zachary, that is going to be dependent on A, if we're going to be live for severe at any point tonight, and B, if the aurora is actually out. So play it by ear. May have to, I don't know. I don't know yet. This storm is actually weakening, so I am actually hopeful. We'll be out of here in about 8 minutes. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Ogama has been canceled. Yes, Ross. It continues, though, up here in Ontonagon. We cover all 83 counties, so we are going to cover this until it drops off. But a new statement has been issued. That's your blue box coming in there. Northwestern, Iron, Southern Houghton, and the rest of Ontonagon County out ahead of the storm. Places along the M28 corridor: Kenton, Trout Creek, Agate, Sidnaw. That's pretty much all I'm seeing. Calderwood, Paulding, Sleepy Hollow, Paynesville, and that's about it. The warning has been expired. Woohoo! All right, and that means we can hop out of here. The statement, though, winds in excess of 30 and penny-size hail. So they're going with... They could have gone nickel, which is the highest you can go before severe. They want to step below that. So they're saying this storm has weakened well below criteria for severe. So with that said, I am going to take this opportunity to take a break, give our mods a break as well. You guys enjoy your evening. I cross my fingers and hope that we're not live again tonight, but in the event we are, it'll be for the UP, as we have potential for these storms to become severe later on tonight, but also closer to sunrise, we're expecting a line to push in around that 5, 6, 7 a.m. time frame. So we'll be back live if need be. In the meantime, though, I will hop out. I will monitor behind the scenes. I'll be ready to go live for part 3 if need be. And also, stay tuned to the page. I'll be posting alerts for Northern Lights if need be as well. So with that said, enjoy your evening, guys. I'm Ryan, Michigan Storm Chasers, signing out of here. Enjoy the outro. I'll catch you guys perhaps later tonight, if not tomorrow at some point. That statement is in effect now for Ontonagon counties. It's for 30-mile-per-hour winds and half-inch hail, so not close to severe limits. Very far northern part of Ontonagon County, from Ontonagon up to Misery Bay. That's not severe, it's just a statement there, so FYI. Still watching. I got you guys.